Test, test, test.
Okay, everybody ready to go? You guys ready to roll it out?
Ready.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the Paso Robles City Council meeting for March 5th. It is now 6:30. We will begin our meeting, and we will go ahead and then begin the meeting with roll call. Madam Clerk, would you call that, please?
Councilmember Bausch.
Present.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Present.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. We'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all would rise, and led by Councilman Strong, and stay standing for Bishop Gabe for the invocation.
If you say with me, please, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Bishop.
If you'll remain standing.
I want to say to the convention, thank you so much for affording us the opportunity. I want you to know that each one of you, I have a group of people that pray for you guys every day, not just for you here, but for your homes and for your families. You know, and especially today is a good day, March 5th. I hope you all voted. Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for your divine presence. We thank you, Lord God, that you are a God that overlooks cities and nations. God, we pray, Lord God, for the government and the government officials, Lord God, of Paso Robles. I pray, God, you put a hedge of the Holy Spirit, Lord God, around Paso Robles, Lord God, in San Luis Obispo County. I pray, God, that you would give, Lord, these men, these women, the wisdom, Lord, to stand strong and do what is right for our city, Lord God. God, I would often hate to be in their shoes because it seems like each one of them, these folks are like pastors of a city. And they got so many decisions to make. But I pray, God, that they will make wise decisions and cause this city to be blessed and to prosper. In the name of Jesus. I bless them, Lord God. I bless them, Lord God, not just in their meetings here, Lord God, but I bless their homes, Lord God. I bless their wives and their husbands, their children, Lord God. I pray that they will build a city, Lord God, that will stand strong in holiness and righteousness, far beyond any religious thought, but on the inside, that they hear the voice of the living God. So I bless them, Lord God. Thank you for affording me and other men and women the opportunity to pray and call upon the name of God over this meeting. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you. Bishop Gabe Abedelis, thank you. We'll go ahead and start with staff introductions, starting on my right with our city clerk.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, Mary Sponholtz, Deputy City Clerk, and Karen Jackson, IT Technician.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Chris Uad, Assistant City Manager.
Deedus Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer.
I'm Brad, Administrative Services Director. Randy Harris, Deputy Fire Chief. Morris Kendall, Airport Manager.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney, and I'm joined by Ali Tehrani on the Teams call.
Thank you. Next, we have presentations. We're going to have a presentation of official remembrances, commendations, and proclamations honoring our former mayor, Steve Martin. So if we would have, please, Jennifer Martin join us over here at the table, please. Thank you. This is a proclamation honoring Mayor Steve Martin posthumously. Whereas the Paso Robles community continues to mourn the loss of Paso Robles Mayor Steve Martin, whose unwavering dedication to the city of Paso Robles left an indelible mark on both citizens, staff, fellow elected officials, both locally, state, and federal. Whereas Steve devoted himself to public service and served as a Paso Robles City Council member from 1987 to 1988, and from 2012 to 2014, and then further as mayor from 1988 to 1990, and again from 2014 to 2023. And whereas Steve was instrumental in promoting the development of the city's downtown area, the creation of the Paso Robles Wine Festival, and working collaboratively with Broadband Initiative. Whereas, as a visionary, Steve was an advocate for development of the Paso Robles Space Innovation and Technology Park, which we will achieve. Whereas Steve's compassion and care for others was demonstrated by his determination to find solutions for homelessness by helping to bring eco services to the unhoused of Paso Robles. And whereas whereas the 2 decades Steve advocated for people and communities of the Paso Robles with passion, professionalism, and kindness. And whereas Steve was a devoted leader who modeled bipartisanship throughout his time in office and had a balanced and regional perspective. And whereas the city of Paso Robles will miss Steve's leadership, professionalism, compassion, sense of humor, and friendship. So now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of all of City Council, do hereby posthumously honor former Mayor Steve Martin, a true friend and advocate of the city of Paso Robles, of his colleagues, and of his family. Thank you.
Just a couple words here. I think it's working finally. Yes. So Jennifer, over here we have a couple things that we're hoping that you get to take home with you, and you know, the community at large, not just Paso Robles, the regional community of government leaders and cities and the county have all, you know, sent something that from our perspective really reflects what a great man Steve was. You know, you can judge a man by his character and by his actions, and these gifts that you have here in front of you today reflect that. More importantly, on the side of staff, you'll see a shadow box there that contains the proclamation that the mayor just wrote, along with some memories that I think you helped contribute to, probably from some of the items that you had taken home with you recently. Also, some memories from our staff regarding our police department, our fire department, his involvement with 4th of July, Paso Pops, in addition to all the many other accolades that he has received over the years. So we hope that you're able to take this home, and instead of keeping things hidden in a box or maybe pull out occasionally, that you can proudly display this, and it'll be a talking point for those friends and family that come to visit you and help you reminisce about what a great influencer Steve Martin was on the city of Paso Robles and our local government. So thank you.
Great photo of him. Thank you, Jennifer.
Speech. Oh, my goodness. I think he said it all. The proclamation says a lot. I don't think Steve ever realized how much influence he had and how much he meant to the community and the area.
Well, we miss him, especially myself. Thank you, Jennifer, for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, okay. Moving on, item 2, we have capital projects report. Would that be Ditas? There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is your monthly report on the capital projects update for the City for Public Works. So I'm starting out with Preston Road again. So we're continuing with the preparation, potholing, and preparation for the first phase of construction, which is the underground water line. Some of the water lines will be done at night because when we have to shut off the water services, we don't want the businesses to be out of water. So consequently, those are going to be in the evening time, and then the rest of the time it will be the daytime. It is unfortunate that we have to do this during the day and we have to do it when school is in session. However, if you recall, the first time we went out to bid, hoping that we would start construction during the summertime, we did not get any bids at all. And so we had to prepare a new set of bid documents, and we had to make it more palatable for contractors to be invited to submit a bid. And eventually we did get bids. And unfortunately, the bids were way higher than we had anticipated. That was part of our budget. But then fortunately, we had saved some money from previous E12 projects that we were able to pull together. And so we were able to award the project within the budget within the contractor's bid. So I say that just to let the community know that we're doing our very best to minimize the problems and the traffic control and the detours and just the hardness of having to maneuver through during the school. But that's just the background of what this project is all about. And construction is messy, and I hope that people will be patient as we struggle through this construction phase. And as a reminder, these are all the aspects, the different phases of the project. Again, we start from the bottom. We start from the undergrounds, the water, the storm drain, the conduit, and then we move to the curbs and gutters. And then finally, we will do the repairs. So the repair of the road is the last thing that will happen. So there's quite a few things that will occur before we finally fix the road surface and make it smooth. We're still working on phase 2, which is from Rolling Hills to Niblake. Just a reminder, that's where the roundabout is at Rolling Hills, and that we do have a $3 million grant towards that project, which is a nice thing to have. So here's the cross-section that the City Council adopted. Here's the plans for the signal at Walnut and Mullen, the pedestrian enhancements that will occur at Trigo, Ivy, and Orchard. Okay, that's it for Creston. Next one is Right Way. Unfortunately, we are still experiencing wet weather. We met this Monday just to see where we are, thinking maybe we could get going again on the project. Unfortunately, there's another rain supposed to come this Wednesday. So that's like 78% chance of rain. So hoping that that's it. And then maybe next week will be the dry week. And then the following week will begin. But again, we're kind of on pause until the weather cooperates. We are proceeding with the water service repairs in the Sierra Bonita neighborhood. The nice thing about this project is that when it rains, the contractor stops working, but once rain stops, he's able to go in there and continue working. And so this is the water line service that needs to be restored. And the circle dots are where all the water services needs to be replaced. I'm pleased to announce that about 1/3 of the water services have been completed. The Rolling Hills neighborhood is coming along nicely. Again, the nice thing about this project is if it rains, the contractor stops. But once it stops raining, the contractor can go in and continue working because it's not muddy. So all the curb ramps have been constructed. And now the next phase is to do dig out repairs. And then finally, we'll do the repair of the road service. Here are just samples of the curb ramps. So that's it for projects that are in construction or trying to be in construction in the case of Right Way. But I thought I'd report on projects that are coming up for construction. The first one that everybody's been waiting for is for the 17th Street road repairs from Chestnut to Spring. As you recall, last summer we did all the undergrounds, and so now we're gearing up to do the road surface. First off, we need to do curb ramps, sidewalks, and then we'll do the road repair. We are out to bid. Bids are due March 21st. So then, assuming we get good bids, we could be in a position to award the project in April. So we would be in a position to begin the work just as soon as school is out for the summer. The other project we're working on is the Flamson School pedestrian enhancements at 24th and Oak. This is a grant-funded project. We will be installing a pedestrian-activated button to for flashing signal for kids to be able to use when they cross 24th Street at Oak Street. The other project that we're waiting to get started is the fiber optic project. That's an EDA grant-funded project. These are the locations and the lines that we will be installing conduits and fiber. Just a reminder again, this is a $2 million project. That's a grant we got from the EDA, Economic Development Association, something like that. Another project we're working on is the renovation of the Centennial Park parking lot. The crosshatch areas are the areas where the paving is bad, so we're gonna do dig-out repairs at those locations. And then once we finish the dig-out repairs, we'll do a slurry seal on top and then restripe it to look like this. We're also revamping the curb ramp that's at the entrance to the building and putting and refreshing the striping. This should take about a month to complete, and then we'll be done. And finally, we do have a project, again, out to bid to refresh some of our annual pavement striping project. We're doing the Theater Drive at the south end of town, along the frontage there of the shopping center. We're doing Dallins Drive and Tower Road. So the bids are out. It's supposed to be, we should open the bids March 21st, and we will be awarding it in April. So we will be in a position to do the project once school is out for the summer, mostly for Dallins Drive, because that's in front of Cuesta. We are doing the Theater Drive in the nighttime. That's to preclude traffic congestion along that busy shopping center. That concludes my presentation. Dave Licaro and Frida Berman won't be presenting tonight, so that's it for me.
Questions for Adidas? Sharon?
You mentioned that you were going to do a Flamson School pedestrian enhancement at 24 and Oak. There's already one there.
But there is one, but it's not the kind that flashes. It's the kind that flashes.
It flashes on the ground.
On the ground, but this is the kind that goes on the overhead.
Oh, okay. So it's a little different than what's there right now.
And actually, the flashing on the ground is problematic. They break because of tires, and so we decided those aren't really good, and so we moved to the flashing overhead.
They are eye-catching, but you're right. There have been a couple of times I've called it in that there's been some issues with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fred? Okay. Go ahead, Christopher.
Indeed, it's just a clarification on the traffic circle on Crescent. That's going to be part of phase 2, not part of phase 1?
Correct.
Okay. And any idea when that might get started?
Well, so phase 1 is scheduled to finish. It's a 480-day working day project, so it'll be after that. So I'm thinking 2025-ish. But we are under design.
My question, Adidas, on Crescent Road, starting off with, that's pretty much got to be a grind and overlay all the way the full length, isn't it?
Correct. From South River to Orchard, and then phase 2 will be to Nipple. Yes.
Okay. And then the meters out of Bonita, why are we having to replace all those meters?
It's actually the water service lines.
The line
They're really
itself.
old. And what happens is every now and then our water crew, they break and all of a sudden it's spraying all over the air. So our water crew go in there and replace it. They're all old service lines. And so this happens periodically. They do about 3 or 4 a month. And so we're getting ready to do the road resurfacing. And so we don't want that to happen once the road is done. So we decided, let's just get them all done. I know, I don't think you can tell, but where I circled the red, there were a few that's not circled.
Right.
Those were done, but most of them needs to be
It
done.
looked like it. And are we also upgrading the meter then at that time with, the newer meter system that we're going to be putting in to report out without meter reading anymore?
Okay, so the project that we're doing right now is a work under a contract with a construction firm.
So they're not,
that's not part of
their scope. I
Yeah,
got
they're
it.
just doing the water service lines.
Very good. And the last one, I guess, is on 17th Street. we're starting that basically and waiting till school gets out, I'm assuming. That was the reason for it.
That's correct.
Yeah, very good. Okay, very good. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
All right, let's then move on then to our next item for presentations, League of California Cities. Mr. Dave Mullinex is here. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Great to be here in Paso Robles tonight. It's been a little while. I want to give everybody an update on some of the legislative and political things going up in Sacramento and how they're going to be impacting all local communities throughout the state, both positively and negatively. So my name is Dave Mullinex. I'm a Regional Public Affairs Manager for the League of California Cities. There are 16 regional managers around the state in different districts and different divisions, and we try to make sure that we are getting the messaging out as far as and coordinating lobbying efforts to our legislators up there in Sacramento and making sure that all the elected officials and city staff are up to date on all the latest, not always greatest things that are going up there in Sacramento to make sure that you understand the new laws, the new impacts of laws, and what we can do to improve things here locally by being more effective in lobbying efforts up there in Sacramento. We are entering our 125th year at the League of California Cities. We represent 476 cities around the state. And again, we conduct seminars, conferences, workshops, webinars, again, targeting both city staff, city elected officials, civic groups around the state to make sure that you understand, again, laws, bills that are coming up that could impact us, and to make sure you also understand what other cities are doing as well. A lot of cities, both big and small, are facing similar challenges with infrastructure, homeless issues, revenues, all those type of things. And a lot of cities have both different challenges, different approaches, different failures, and different successes. And the more that you all are able to engage and learn from other cities, the better chance you have of bringing back to Paso Robles ways of making this a better community, which is all of our goals. All of our positions are entirely driven by elected officials and staff members. We have policy committees with different areas of public policy like homeless, public safety, housing. We bring people together 4 times a year. Our lobbyists conduct the meetings talking about priority bills. This year we have 2,200 bills that were written by the legislature that we will be going over the next 8 months. All the bills that impact local governments are about 800, quite frankly. And so not all those bills are priority bills, but again, we have research analysts, policy analysts, and lobbyists that are going through those bills right now, prioritizing them. And then we will come out as the regional managers to make sure all of you are aware. That's making sure that we know how the best ways to lobby for these certain bills and conducting and creating third-party advocacy within our communities. Because again, while it's great to have the mayor and council members lobbying our assembly members and senators, it's also very effective having, community groups within your cities, whether it's chamber groups, labor groups, business groups, also as we're working together on the same message, trying to accomplish the same thing, which again is making our community a better place to live. Like I said, we have battled the ballot box initiatives. In the aughts, we had 7 different initiatives we fought. Back in those days, the state budget was a mess like it is this year, but they were using local revenues and local budgets like their ATM machines. We had to fight 7 different initiatives to put up a wall between us, making sure the monies that are raised to go to projects within our community stay here in our community. And it took 8 years worth of fighting on initiative programs through the early aughts. We also had a couple of these last year, and I'll be talking more about a very profound, impactful initiative that we'll be fighting this year. Here we go. As of right now, there are 11 measures on the November ballot. there will be at least probably another 4 or 5 minimum. So it's going to be the 2,200 bills, at least 11 initiatives. It's going to be a busy year. And again, it's going to be very imperative that we stay educated, engaged, and involved in lobbying for our community. Now, the first one on the top is the one I'll be talking about mostly tonight. It's called the Taxpayer Protection and Accountability Act. And we'll call it this year's biggest bait and switch initiative on the ballot, because it really doesn't provide any more taxpayer protection than is already out there. And what it does is, allows very rich corporations to carve out exemptions and tax credits for themselves. And it costs them $15 million to qualify the initiative for the November ballot. Those are 6 of them that contributed. Pretty sure not a single one of those is overly concerned about the everyday taxpayer in California. All of those people are most of those are big housing developers and billionaires down in mostly Southern California and the Bay Area. And again, what it is, it's a measure that's going to benefit them. And when they carve themselves out exemptions, especially with fees and taxes, somebody has to pick it up. And that usually falls on working families and everyday taxpayers. We have had teams of lawyers look at this initiative, and it looks like, and when I say teams, I literally mean teams from different groups all over the state that have looked at this. It looks like it will cost a minimum of $20 billion over the next 10 years, the bait and switch initiative. We call it the Taxpayer Deception Act, quite frankly. And I'll talk about the coalition that we're building. $2 billion each year from fees and charges, and it also has some other onerous provisions I'll talk about as well. And also, again, carving out hundreds of millions of dollars of exemptions and rolling back other tax and bond measures that have already been approved by California voters around the state. So what this does as far as for local government, any taxes and fees, and I know this applies directly to Paso, and I'll touch base on that in just a second. If you've passed a tax measure from 2022 January to November of 2024, and you didn't put a sunset clause on, there's 140 cities that did that. 97 of them did not put a sunset clause on their measure. So if this measure passes, you have 1 year to go back to your voters. You'll have to incur all the election costs. And since, mostly it's when you do an election, the county is doing an election with all the cities, so everybody kind of shares in the cost. You get economies of scale, that kind of thing. You'll be going out to a special election. Will only be you and your city. You will need a 5-0 vote from your council. You will have to do a special election in the next 12 months, incur all those costs, and you'll be looking at a completely different voter profile that's probably not nearly as disposed to having their taxes raised as you faced in 2022. All the fee increases, and every city has, and I think Paso has over a couple hundred on their fee schedule. Some cities have 1,000 fee schedules. So the fees are basically cost recovery for providing critical local services, whether you're a city, a county, or a special district. They are rewriting how that is to be implemented. And one of the things they're doing is it says may not exceed the actual cost. Now that sounds kind of reasonable. But what that means is they haven't defined on what that means. So right now it's reasonable cost in the Constitution. And cities don't use fees to generate revenue. Again, it's cost recovery for providing services that your community wants. When that means that you have to redefine what that means lawsuits. Okay, that means adjudication, that means lawyers. This thing will be for fees and charges and even fines. So if somebody says, I don't believe that fee is the lowest possible cost, that's a lawsuit. Anybody can do that. And then it gets adjudicated, and then you might have to go to a special election after that, and you have to do that again in 12 months. If somebody gets a fine, they can say, I don't think that's reasonable, and I don't want to pay it. That's going to be adjudicated. I don't know if the city's had a lot of problem with parking fees at all, but even parking fees would be in the mix as well. So I'm kind of kidding.
Thanks, Dave.
But no, I'm just saying, it really cuts across the whole spectrum of what a city, a special district, or a county does. It will put cities, counties, and special districts in a straitjacket. And what's really tragic about it, cities like Paso Robles, it has a lot going for it, a lot of big plans for the future. It's going to put the brakes on all of that because we're going to be spending years in lawsuits. This is going to be a full employment act for lawyers. We are still litigating Prop 13 40 years later. Okay, this is even more onerous than Prop 13. There's a lot of great things about Prop 13. This does not really affect Prop 13. What it does affect is how we deliver services. And what it's going to do is, unfortunately, it's going to require a lot of cities to have to cut back services, eliminate staff, because it's just going to be one contested litigation after another for years and years. This is some example of some of the fees and charges that, and again, I think Paso has a couple of hundred on their fee schedule. I know some cities have 1,000. Every single one of them can be litigated. And there's always one or two people in every city, county, or special district that's what they like to do. They want to come and create some chaos. This will create a massive amount of chaos in government at every level, including the state level as well. These are some of the groups that we are building a big coalition. We have over 220 cities in California that have passed a resolution in opposition to the Taxpayer Deception Act. With the counties, special districts, there's some CTA teachers, SEIU, AFSCME, other work labor groups as well. So again, our coalition is becoming bigger and bigger every day. And again, it's mostly, this is millionaires and billionaires versus working class families. And we ran an ad on Sunday, on Super Bowl Sunday. The groups on the left, those are groups in the California Business Roundtable, the sponsor of this measure. As you can see, these are the big dogs in the state. These are very wealthy corporations. And on the right, including Carolyn Coleman, our executive director, were some people that said, hey, you guys need to, number one, California needs to be aware of what's going on here. This is not trying to do taxpayer protection. This is about making the rich corporations richer and not taking the responsibility, the accountability, and what the impacts that they create on our communities when they're doing business, which should be a partnership. And when they have impact on our community, they need to be able to be a partner in that. And one of the things what we're doing right now, there is a lawsuit at this moment, and the governor, the speaker, the legislature, the league, the counties, the special districts, other groups, all teachers groups have filed for a Supreme Court review. And what it means is we feel that this initiative goes way too far. This is a constitutional initiative, and it's supposed to amend the Constitution. We are contending that it completely revises the Constitution and how government at every level operates. And to do a complete revision of the Constitution, you need to go to a constitutional convention. So the Supreme Court decided to hear it. We'll have an answer probably in late May or June. If it does survive that, then we need to kick into campaign mode immediately. And what I'll also say is it's a constitutional initiative. It's unlike a bill. If a bill gets passed and there's some flaws to it, you can amend the bill and fix it. A constitutional initiative, you can only change it by another constitutional initiative. That's it's probably not going to happen. So you need to really, I've worked on initiatives a lot. You'll be surprised at how some of the times these things are written. There are stories about two dudes at a bar writing things on the back of a napkin, and it becomes a becomes an initiative to go to the voters. So this initiative was not well-written. All the lawyers that have looked at this say it is either undefined or ill-defined, ambiguous or contradictory. A constitutional initiative, you don't want to hear those words. You want it to be clear and precise and let everyone understand what this is trying to accomplish. This does not do that. So I would hopefully that as a city council, when I know you guys are going to be listening to the other side in your next meeting, which is great. But I hope you at some point decide to support or oppose the Taxpayer Deception Act. And as individual council members, you can please, we would love to have your signatures. Well, if you want to support it, or support our side as well. And with that, I will happily answer any questions. It is going to be a crazy year, and I look forward to working with all of you to make sure that Paso Robles continues to be the amazing community that it is.
Okay, to be clear then, Dave, this is Initiative 1935 that we're talking about. The actual initiative number that the public needs to understand.
Oh, yes. Thank you. They have not handed out the proposition numbers yet. We will probably get those late June.
Okay.
So right now, we're just referring to it as the Taxpayer Deception Act.
I see. Okay. Questions for Dave? Chris Bausch.
Welcome, Dave.
Good to see you.
Tell us Cal City's position on ACA 1 and 13, please.
Thank you. And I'm sorry I did not mention ACA 13. ACA 13, again, up there in Sacramento, look, it sometimes can be like a video game, quite frankly. ACA 13 basically says if there's an initiative that increases the voter threshold from, say, simple majority to 2/3, then your initiative needs to attain that threshold that you're trying to implement on everyone else initially. So what ACA 13 states that this initiative needs to have 2/3 of the vote if ACA 13 passes. So what happened was the CBRT, the California Business Roundtable, they dropped a bomb on the legislature. The legislature came back and dropped the bomb, just like I said, like a video game almost, onto that initiative. And it's just one of the ways that these type of things happen. So ACA 13 is another, like the Supreme Court briefing we requested, ACA 13 is another thing to try to defeat this thing. ACA 1, the league does support ACA 13. ACA 1, we do not have a position on. And ACA 1 does change Prop 13 to where a special election, which is a tax for a specific project or service, needs 2/3 vote by Prop 13. It would reduce that to 55%, ACA 1. And right now, there are a lot of rumors that they're changing ACA 1. It might not even make it to the ballot. It's been very controversial. A lot of people have spoken up about it. So, and the league has no position on that.
Councilman Gregory? No? Anyone else? Okay, Dave.
Always a pleasure.
Very, very informative. Thank you. We'll be trying to get.
I look forward to working with all of you this year.
Thank you. We'll see you at the league.
I'd make one comment if I may.
Sure.
And we should be very proud that we have Mr. Mullinex as a citizen of our city here in Paso Robles, representing the entire Central Coast.
Yeah. Yes, you do. All right. Next, we have Caltrans quarterly report. Gus Kahuri. Council. Is that going to be online, Melissa? And Gus?
Yeah, I'm virtual, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
Yes. Go ahead, Gus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Wishing everybody the best this election Tuesday. Very much appreciate the report by Mr. Mullinex. Just a couple quick important tidbits, I think, on that. So the California Business Roundtable initiative, as you mentioned, which has an initiative number and not a proposition number, they have until June 27th to tell the Secretary of State as to whether or not they want to place it on the November ballot. So there's a little bit of gamesmanship given whatever the California Supreme Court rules on the issue, and former Governor Brown is also a part of that litigation. And so we'll wait to see what happens, but they have gotten the requisite signatures to qualify that for the November ballot. ACA 1 and 13 are also, because the legislature approved them, are also on the November ballot unless there are modifications made. So it's going to be a pretty convoluted election season come November. And I think what would complicate matters further, for sure is, as we look to extend our existing local sales tax measure, these are definitely items to keep track of. But the intention of the resolution by the business roundtable is to tighten the noose on flexibility on raising any kind of taxing or fee authority for local jurisdictions. So with that, the state budget, the prognostication has gotten worse. According to the Legislative Analyst Office, Mr. Mayor, Governor Newsom had cited about a $38 billion deficit when he proposed his fiscal year 24-25 state budget on January 10th. The legislative analyst was predicting about a $68 billion shortfall. They've updated that to a $73 billion shortfall. We'll find out more as they get some more tax receipts coming in, and the governor has to issue his May revision to the legislature by May 14th. A big reason why we're in this predicament is there was delayed tax collection in 55 out of the 58 counties due to the severe weather events over the past winter. And we had only collected about $18 billion out of the $44 billion that was expected in capital gains, personal income tax, and corporate taxes, which represent the bulk of what funds our state's general fund. So one item of particular interest for the city is there's a program, it's called the Regional Early Action Planning, REAP 2.0, and this is a reimbursement-based program where we get to apply in order to accelerate the building of affordable housing within the city. And I know that several jurisdictions across the state are still waiting 3 years later for reimbursement from the program. And Governor Newsom now is proposing a 50% reduction, so it's a $300 million cut, which will further hamper our ability as a city to deliver affordable housing solutions. And it also leaves us exposed because, where else are we going to come up with the money, especially if we're in agreements with developers, with the Department of Housing and Community Development. So our legislative delegation is looking at this issue, and they're trying to find a solution where perhaps they could defer a portion of the appropriation until the next fiscal year. That's how some of these programs have been treated. So that's definitely one to watch. And then just very quickly, Mr. Mayor and Council, regarding Union Road, we're working very closely with Caltrans District 5 and headquarters on their process as we look to have Caltrans sponsor a submission for the Senate Bill 1 competitive grant cycle for opportunities that are coming up later this winter. We should be wrapping up environmental work within the next couple of months. We're working closely with SLOCOG, which has rededicated funding for the project in order to designate the Union Road interchange as a critical urban freight corridor, which elevates the priority for investment and enhances the prospects of getting an award for the project. And then we have a legislative day with several elected officials with the Central Coast Coalition on March 20th, where we'll be talking about State Route 46 and Union Road in particular with our legislative delegation, which includes Assembly Speaker Rivas, who was installed as the new speaker last June. So with that, Mr. Mayor, very last thing, on the gas tax, as we're trying to strive to acquire additional resources, several groups, including the League of Cities, CEQA, among others, are looking at a gas tax successor because 25% of all Car sales last year were zero emission vehicles, which means that we can't really rely upon the gas tax anymore. That has a huge impact on your ability to collect to address your local streets and roads needs, maintenance for the state highway system, and even for SLOCOG to advance regional priorities or supplement some of your local priorities. And so we're working with the wide spectrum of people there on either a road user charge or a vehicle registration fee or some successor to give you that predictability and stability so that you can plan your infrastructure accordingly. And so we'll keep you posted on those efforts. So that concludes my report, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Gus. Any questions for Gus Capri? It looks like we were good here on the council, Gus. Appreciate your report.
Thank you, sir.
You bet. Next, we have CEQA, California Quality Act update and current trends. Ms. Hull, do we have someone from PPK that will be doing this?
I do. I believe we've got Ali online.
Okay.
You know, we've had a lot of CEQA issues in the past few months, so we thought it might be good with a couple of new council members to give you a little update on the current trends.
Very good. And that would be Ali. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Ali Tehrani. I work with Elizabeth Hall with Best and Krieger. I specialize in CEQA. And as Elizabeth mentioned, given the city's experience with CEQA over the last few months, we thought it would be good to give a brief overview of the statute and discuss some recent trends and updates. So if we can go to the next slide. Is that possible? Okay, there we go. So to begin with, CEQA is California's preeminent environmental statute. It gets a lot of press, sometimes portrayed in the media as stifling development, as project opponents and labor unions weaponize the statute to either hinder development or obtain project labor agreements. The purpose of CEQA ultimately is twofold: to inform the public and to mitigate potential impacts to the environment. The informational component of CEQA is achieved by preparing various environmental documents, which we'll get through. I'm sure you're familiar with them: negative declarations, mitigated negative declarations, EIRs. These are all reports that are prepared to analyze the potential environmental impacts of projects. And not only do they identify the potential impacts, but they also identify ways that those impacts can be avoided or reduced. If we can go to the next slide. So the first two elements were informational. There we go. Were informational to inform decision makers of a project's potential impacts and identify ways to avoid or mitigate those impacts. The third purpose is what gives CEQA its teeth. A project that goes through the CEQA process, to the extent it has environmental impacts, is required. The city is required to mitigate those impacts to the extent feasible. And so these environmental reports include mitigation measures that reduce impacts along 20 different areas, from biological resources to noise to transportation, 17 others. A project can have a significant and unavoidable impact and still be approved by the city council in that circumstance if the project is not statutorily exempt. The city council is required to adopt what's called a statement of overriding considerations, which sets forth and informs the public why the benefits of the project outweigh its significant and unavoidable impacts. If we can go to the next slide.
Ollie, this is Warren. We've got I think about 10-second delay, so everybody's seeing your slides, so you can just keep going.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you so much. And if at any point anyone has any questions, please feel free to share. Okay, So when and how does CEQA apply? It does not apply in every circumstance. Next slide, please. So step one is we ask ourselves, is the action a project? And there's a three-part test to determine whether a project qualifies, whether an action qualifies as a project under CEQA. The first is that the action to be taken has to be a discretionary action by the city. To the extent the city takes any ministerial decision, to the extent it's simply determining whether a project meets objective standards, that activity is not subject to CEQA. Building permits, for instance, are often not subject to CEQA. The action has to be by a public agency, which will always be the case when the city council is taking action. And it has to have the potential to result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. A direct change is straightforward enough. If the city wants to develop an infrastructure project that will have a direct impact on the environment, reasonably foreseeable indirect change may occur, for instance, with a zone change, where it's a paper change, but it could have a reasonably foreseeable indirect impact in terms of what will be developed on that property. If we could go to the next slide. A project, if an activity qualifies as a project under CEQA, doesn't necessarily require extensive environmental review. A project, CEQA, the legislature has set forth a variety of exemptions that apply to different categories of projects. And so the second step is to determine whether the activity at issue, whether the project at issue is exempt from CEQA. There are three categories of exemptions. Statutory exemptions are the strongest form of exemption. These include things like emergency repairs. There's a whole swath of statutory exemptions that have been established by the legislature, and their defining characteristic is that they are generally absolute, meaning that no matter how significant or potentially disastrous a project's potential impacts may be on the environment, if the legislature has determined that that project is exempt from CEQA, it is exempt from CEQA and no further environmental review may be required for that project. The second and much more commonly used form of exemption are called categorical exemptions. These are 33 classes of projects that are subject to limitations or exceptions. These exceptions include whether the project, for instance, is on a hazardous waste site, whether there are unusual circumstances that apply to the project that could result in a significant impact on the environment, whether the location of the project may result in a significant impact on the environment, and a few others. And finally, we have the common sense exemption. This is also known as the catch-all exemption, and it applies where it can be seen with certainty that there's no possibility that the project in question may have a significant impact on the environment. Anytime the city is making a determination of whether the project is exempt from CEQA, the exemption determination must be supported by substantial evidence, which is to say that it must be supported by facts or expert opinion based on facts, and these facts should be included somewhere in the record, whether in the staff report, resolution, or in the city's files. We can go to the next slide. Just to give an example of one of the categorical exemptions, the infill development exemption is a commonly used one. It allows the city to exempt potentially very significant projects from CEQA. It's a hybrid exemption in the sense that it does require some level of environmental review, including review of traffic, noise, air quality, water quality impacts. And substantial evidence in this context often takes the appearance of technical studies that may be included in the record to document why the project at issue will not have these impacts. Again, because this is a categorical exemption, it is subject to exceptions, such as the unusual circumstances or the cumulative impacts exceptions. Next slide, please. If a project is not subject to CEQA, at that point, the project is subject to environmental review under CEQA. Generally, the first step in doing that is by preparing what's called an initial study. That's effectively an environmental checklist that goes through, that goes through 20 different resource areas, such as aesthetics, air quality, noise, transportation, greenhouse gases, biological resources, and a host of others. And it analyzes whether the project could have any potentially significant impact on the environment relating to these resources. Next slide, please. The purpose of the initial study is to determine what kind of environmental review document is required. There are 3 primary environmental documents that are often discussed, although there are others. There's the negative declaration, in which the initial study determines that all of the project's impacts are less than significant. There's the mitigated negative declaration, in which the initial study determines that all of the project's impacts can be mitigated to a level of less than significant. So the MND requires some level of mitigation. And then there's the EIR, which is the most expansive form of environmental review. And that's required where there's substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the project could potentially result in a significant impact to the environment. Next slide, please. So when is a negative declaration appropriate? As we'll discuss, negative declarations are not favored by the legislature, and it's a high burden to establish that a negative declaration is appropriate. It's appropriate only if the initial study indicates that there's no substantial evidence in the record supporting even a fair argument of a potentially significant impact. An MND is appropriate if that same conclusion can be reached, albeit with the implementation of mitigation. Next slide, please. And so in CEQA, the standard of review that a court uses to analyze whether a city properly analyzed an environmental document is very important. It's often, it can be central to the court's ruling of whether the city properly complied with CEQA or whether it should have required additional environmental review. And this is some excerpts from a 2020 decision in which the court explained that the fair argument standard, which is the standard of review that applies to negative declarations, creates a low threshold for requiring an EIR, reflecting the legislative preference for resolving doubts in favor of environmental review. And effectively, the way the standard of review works is that even if the city has before it a perfectly prepared negative declaration, if a project opponent submits a last-minute comment, including substantial evidence, let's say including expert reports that suggest that the project could have a potentially significant impact on the environment, then no matter how significant, no matter how enormous the amount of evidence in the city's favor showing that the project would have no significant impact on the environment, if there is a contrary conclusion that could be supported, then the city must require the EIR. And so sometimes you'll have a situation where a project applicant insists on proceeding with a negative declaration or an MND, says they're willing to take the risk, and the MND may be flawless when it's agendized. But if someone at the last minute submits a comment letter suggesting that there is a significant impact, then there's no deferral to the MND. The question is simply, in the totality of the record, is there substantial evidence that could support a significant impact, even if it's not the most likely scenario? In contrast, there's the EIR, which is the most expansive level of environmental review that a project can require. EIR is required where, again, there's any substantial evidence in light of the whole record before the city supporting a fair argument that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. While an EIR is a more expansive document and can be more costly to prepare, it is also far more defensible in court. The very deferential substantial evidence standard of review governs the review of an EIR. And under the standard, the court must, quote, presume the city's findings are correct and resolve all conflicts and reasonable doubts in favor of the city's findings. Again, all evidentiary conflicts in the city's must be resolved in the city's favor, and the court must indulge in all legitimate and reasonable inferences to uphold the city's finding. Even if there's here it's the inverse of the fair argument standard. Even if there's 400 comment letters opposing the project, if the EIR is supported by substantial evidence, that is enough to withstand judicial review. After environmental review is completed, the next step is to approve the project with the, yes, thank you for going to the next slide. In the exemption context, the city will often file a notice of exemption after approving a project that serves to shorten the statute of limitations to challenge the city's exemption determination from 180 days to 35 days. In the negative declaration context, the city will adopt the negative declaration or MND, adopt what's called a mitigation monitoring and reporting program along with the MND that implements any mitigation that may be necessary to reduce impacts to a level of less than significant. And finally, file a notice of determination after adopting the MND and approving the project that serves to shorten the statute of limitations from 180 days to 30 days. In the EIR context, there's a similar procedure. The city will certify the EIR, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program if necessary, make CEQA findings of fact, which may be actually very extensive, and this is unique to the EIR context. And if there are significant and unavoidable impacts in the EIR context alone, the city can adopt a statement of overriding considerations, approving the project despite the existence of any potentially significant impacts. Why does this matter? The city has an obligation to comply with the law, and beyond that, there are adverse consequences that the city can experience if a court rules that the city did not properly comply with CEQA. If a rule courts against the city may be required to rescind its CEQA determination or approval of the CEQA document. So for instance, if the city adopts a negative declaration and the court determines that an EIR was required, the court will order the city or could order the city to rescind its approval of the project, rescind its adoption of the MND, prepare an EIR, and on top of that, where the petitioner has prevailed, the petitioner may seek its attorney's fees, which can sometimes be quite substantial. In terms of increased trends, there is a increased prominence of, as you may have noticed in today's agenda, CEQA appears throughout the agenda, and there's a reason for that. Courts have been, there have been several court decisions that have held that any CEQA determination should be agendized and included on an agenda. The 2022 decision, GI Industries v. City of Thousand Oaks, held that the City of Thousand Oaks violated the Brown Act by adopting a CEQA exemption without having listed it as an item on its agenda, which is why, as you'll notice as you go through the agenda today, the exemption determination is set forth throughout the agenda where an exemption determination is made. The listing of the agenda also listing of the exemption determination on the agenda also serves to protect the city as it allows the city to take advantage of what's called the exhaustion of administrative remedies doctrine, which limits any project opponents to raising only the issues that were raised before the city and not raise any new arguments during litigation. And if we can go to the next slide, CEQA updates and trends. Another big trend that we've been seeing is that the legislature has really been emphasizing increased public transparency and access to CEQA documents. Last year, the legislature passed, or rather in 2022, the legislature passed AB 819, which provides that, that the city must submit electronic copies of its draft EIRs and proposed negative declarations and MNDs to a centralized database with a state clearinghouse that can be accessed by anyone online. And this last year, the legislature passed SB 69, which requires all notices of determination and notices of exemption that are filed with the county clerk to also be filed in that centralized database with the state clearinghouse. One effect that this has had is that we have seen an uptick in the number of comment letters being submitted to decision-making bodies throughout the state, whereas before, potential project opponents would have to go to the county clerk in person to look through whether a notice of determination or a notice of exemption has been filed. Now someone sitting at home 1,000 miles away can review the city's MNDs, EIRs, notices of determination, notices of exemption. And indeed, the comment letters that the city of Paso Robles has received, that I've reviewed at least in the last few months, have not been from project opponents native to, or at least not from law firms, native to Paso Robles itself, but rather from law firms in Oakland and Sacramento and other areas where where the increased access to environmental documents has made it easier to submit public comments, to challenge projects, and to bring CEQA challenges. For that reason, we've made a concerted effort with the city to ensure CEQA compliance and to protect the city against potential legal challenges on the CEQA front. With that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer or address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ali. Any questions then to consultant?
No, I think you made it abundantly clear. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's more information I'd really want to know about CEQA, but it's important information. Yeah. All right, Ali. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You bet. All right, moving on then, we have now general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council and staff may briefly respond to statements and questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker information card and give it to this clerk. Prior to speaking, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. And those wishing to speak on any item scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given the time and opportunity to speak during that item's consideration. So first off, welcome.
Thank you. Monty Jones. Will the parking issue be up for public debate on as a discussion item?
Yeah, there'll be a time for speaking of that. Yeah.
Great. My one recommendation, I think the outlet next to the horseshoe pit should be removed. It's become a haven for a lot of homeless to charge their phones all day, blasting music, leaving garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Mike Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. Just coming to ask the council if we could get staff to look at Walnut Drive in front of mine and Jim's house, who lives next door to me. Water's been bubbling up there way before the rainy season, by the way. It's been going on for months and months and months. I know the city doesn't have a policy to irrigate asphalt.
So you think it's a spring or you think it's a broken water line?
I don't know. I'm starting to wonder. Yeah. I'm getting a little nervous about there's going to be this geyser of water coming up in the middle of Walnut Drive, which would be bad.
No, yeah, exactly.
What's the temperature?
Pardon me?
What's the temperature?
Temperature, I don't know. It might be good. No, no, it's cold. But no, we're getting puddles there. It's undermining the road. Walnut Drive, all that area there is very expansive soils, just like so many other areas around the city. And it's undermining the street. It's breaking the asphalt away right in front of my house. Now, I will say that staff has come and sprayed and apparently laid out where some of the underground utilities are, which is fine. But this has gone on for months and months and months, and I'm not getting any response or any updates as to what is happening or what the plan is. This is another example of this city needing to be more responsive to the constituents when there's problems and not to just blow them off. And that's what happens in this city, I find, way too often. You guys are customer service. You guys are there as a businessman, John, you should understand that, I think you do, that when a customer has a problem and it's a significant problem, you may want to react to that relatively quickly. Now, I know this is a monopoly here and we don't have any place to go, but if you could, please think about that and thinking about the culture of this city and how responsive you are to Roblins, because that's your job.
Thank you, Mike.
There's a service that the city put into place called CEQA Fix. You see it, take a picture of it, and there's a website. I can send you the address. I've had great success with that.
Yeah, so have I. Yeah,
thank you.
I was going to
Chris.
mention, Michael, I reported a similar water leak the same way, and they were out there in the same day. So I'm sure the staff probably knows about this, but they've got a long list of items that they're ahead of you. So,
well, this has been going on not just for a month or two or a couple of weeks. This has been going on for months and months.
We'll take a look at it for you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Linda Becker. I know you've heard me talk before about Proposition 13 and ACA 1. I'm wondering when we're going to have the Howard Jarvis people come and present. Is that next meeting or?
I believe staff have his calendar. I believe so. Yes.
Okay, great. I am concerned when I hear the League of Cities say they have no position on ACA 1. As a taxpayer, I'm very concerned if I hear that we're lowering the threshold to raise my property taxes. I won't go into my long spiel. I know you've heard it before. But also, in looking at the League of Cities website, I see that they have a concern about working with the homeless crisis. And I'm wondering, what are they going to do about the problem we're having in the state? That 9th district ruling has everyone's hands tied. People are afraid to take a stand and do something about the problem. With the increase I'm noticing already this week, more homeless people living out there along our riverbed. And we know we have a history of asking them to relocate, a flood is coming, and then we spend tremendous resources evacuating. So what can the League of Cities do to help us get out of this crisis? We just have spent a tremendous amount of money, and we're not solving the problem. That's my question.
Thank you, Linda. Mr. Strong, you want to make a comment?
Yes. My comment on that is that it's been a court decision. The problem we're having with that, and I represent the city at the league. So the problem we're having is that the courts have decided that we cannot interfere with these people. They have constitutional rights of citizens. And so we can't order them to do a number of things. They have free choice. Now, if they're doing something blatantly illegal, then we can do it like we would anyone else doing something illegal. But a lot of what they're doing is very much in a gray area. And there we have to be very careful because the courts have really interfered and fined us rather than let them be dealt with. So we're very careful in that particular area.
We do what we can.
Mr. Hammond, if I can just chime in just a little bit. Just, so you know, the city is actually looking at its homeless ordinances and the things that we can do. There is litigation pending. It's the Grants Pass case out of Oregon, and it is being argued before the Supreme Court next month. And so we're in the process of trying to do things. Grants Pass came down. It is along the lines of the Boise case that came out of the Ninth Circuit, and really tied our hands, and more so than they had been. And so we took the decision to step back so as not to fight litigation, and wait for the Grants Pass case to work its way through. Supreme Court took it up. They're going to hear it, I believe, in April, our arguments, and then we should have a decision within a few months after that. Ideally, that will settle the law a little bit more, and we'll have a better footing to be able to make some modifications.
And
So do I.
Mayor, if I may add, yes, just to confirm, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association is confirmed for April 2nd. So your first meeting in April, not the next
First
meeting.
one in April. Thank you. Thanks, Chris. And thanks, Elizabeth. Welcome.
My name is Gary Lehrer. I did not see Linda George's cease and desist letter on the agenda. Was it not on the agenda for tonight to discuss? Because if it is, I will wait.
I don't believe it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Linda could not make it, so I'm here, and Ty Lewis is probably laughing because I accidentally outed myself as Zilbert McSlurple, a country western singer. No, you all know that, and I'm also known as DJ Fredburner. So, Linda filed a cease and desist similar to mine, and she requested that she could not be here. And I'll just revisit this. You know, you've already seen 17 pages, and I'm sure you're sick of the 17 pages that I sent in, but let me just highlight some of the things. You're saying that the parking program was wrongly formulated. I'm saying it was illegal. I'm seeing that there was very probably an FPPC violation with a conflict of interest in the 2019 vote with a local business, and from what I understand of FPPC.
Hang on, Gary.
So the parking item is on the agenda tonight. So if he's speaking to the parking issues, that would be on.
Yeah, are you speaking to the parking right now?
Well.
Yes, no?
You know, I respect your judgment, and if you think this is the wrong time to bring this up, but it was in conjunction with their cease and desist letter, but I respect your judgment, and if you would like me to stop.
I think probably, yeah, it's relating, I think, to the parking, Gary. So let's wait until we get to that agenda. Unless you have other comment. Or
well, you've heard all this before. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dave Nelson. Things that are not on the agenda. I listened to 6 hours of the budget meeting yesterday. I didn't hear anyone talking about paving the roads or painting the lines. I'm sure this has come up before, but they're still not paved. They're still not painted. And I'm sure they don't meet the vehicle code requirements. And it's been years. So I wonder when that's going to be addressed here and actually something happen. Secondly, kind of related to parking, council has agreed to do refunds for senior parking permits.
That's coming up on an agenda item.
Okay, I don't want to discuss that. Okay. This is related. Employee parking permits. I think that the agreement to refund senior parking permits was done in closed session. I wonder if we're going to have an open session issue about employee parking permits that either employees paid or their employers paid.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Okay.
Mayor Hammond, we do have a caller online for general public comment. It is
All right,
Jan
Melissa.
Albin.
Jan, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jan Albin, and I'm a resident of Quail Run Senior Estates. I'd like to talk about Measure E12. That's the dark cloud looming over our heads that's due to sunset about this time next year. And for those who don't know, E12 is a 1/2 cent supplemental sales tax that was passed by the voters in 2012. And although E12 is a general, not exclusive tax, Council passed a resolution committing this fund to street repair and maintenance. So we're not going to like it a lot if it goes away. There's only a couple of other issues that raise the blood pressure of this community more than the condition of our roads. Notoriously, we have known to have the worst roads in the county, and personally, I'm embarrassed by that. The E-Fund 12 generates around $5 to $7 million a year. That's money we clearly need. But in fact, that annual $7 million, along with the $4 million we get from the Measure J20 fund for roads, is not even close to what we need going forward. We have a very old town with a lot of very old streets. There is an oversight committee for the spending of those monies, so even though we get frustrated by our poor condition roads, I feel like the city is spending this money in a responsible manner and doing their best as quickly as they can with a limited budget and a limited staff. When you bring back E12, personally, I think it should come back as a 1 cent sales tax, not just a half cent. Everything we do, everything we touch today is easily 100% higher than it was 10 years ago and sometimes more. So that E12, $7 million, just isn't enough for today, and it certainly won't be enough for tomorrow. I suspect these bad economy times will still be with us next year, so asking folks for even more money will be a hard sale. Having said all that, no proposed sales tax or any other issue you advocate for when placed on the ballot is going to pass if the people of this community aren't confident that the city is working in their best interest. That means all of you, city council, city manager, and staff, all working for the people. When you make decisions that erode the trust and confidence of your constituents, I promise you that when you bring E12 back to the people, they won't just be voting on sales tax measure, they'll be saying yes or no on the trust they have in the decisions made by this council. That includes the decisions made here tonight. So make no mistake, the people in this community will remember if you voted for them or against them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anyone else online, Melissa?
No, sir.
Okay. Councilman Strong.
I'd like to say one thing to two of you, and that is it's a matter of money when it comes to the roads. We got no money at all from the federal government for our roads for 45 years. It's only in the last 10 years that we started to get money again, and we have been using it to do so. Unfortunately, the estimated cost to do all of everything that what people want it done right now at current costs is $250 million in a city that has a total annual budget of $70 million for everything. So it's just a matter of dollars and cents. When we get the money, that's when we do the roads, and we do them on a schedule. And Ditas Esperanza has listed that on our website as to which ones are currently scheduled and when. And it's important for people to take a look at that if they're really concerned about the roads, to know what's happening when. And if theirs isn't on there at all, then they've got to come back to us to get it put on for the next round of funding, if we have those funds.
No, can't, gotta go talk.
The line painting depends also, that's also requires still a contract. We have no citizens that come out and volunteer to do it for nothing.
Fred, I was going to have our city manager talk a little bit about this because I did bring it up at the workshop the other day, and I think it'd be a good opportunity to have Ty talk a little bit about our thoughts were with E12 at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that I appreciate you listening to 6 hours worth of public comment and council comment. That's dedication. So first off, thank you for that. I think that if you go back and listen to Ms. Berman from our Public Works, she's our director there. She gave a really outstanding presentation on E12, where our current road conditions are, and how they compare even to the rest of the county. I heard a caller mention that we have the worst roads in the county. We don't. They're not great, but they're not the worst. And what our plans or potential opportunities for council and the community to consider. So as Ms. Alvin brought up, that there are opportunities for us to either renew E12 at its current the way it currently sits, removing the sunset clause on that would provide the city council with opportunities to take out what's called a revenue bond to accelerate dollars, maybe as much as $60 million in the first 5 years that we would be able to put into roads. If the community and the council were to entertain a 1 cent sales tax increase, that would deliver almost $120 million worth of roads. And that doesn't count any leveraging that we might be able to do with state dollars or other opportunities for grants to be able to augment that money. So there are many opportunities for us to do that. We are coming to the end of our current work plan. The city has plans to carry out, to spend every last dollar and every last penny that we receive on our roads. As again, caller mentioned, that our oversight committee is definitely in reviewing those and reporting back to the community and council with regularity. And I would agree wholeheartedly with you. There is a ton of room for improvement. And I wish we did have more dollars to be able to direct towards that without compromising areas such as our public safety, our police and fire, who also share some of those tax measure dollars on the J20 side. So trying to achieve that balance of what the community wants and needs and what we can afford is something that we're logistically trying to balance every single day. And your comments and your thoughts are very much appreciated, and we'll work those in. And I'm happy to talk to anybody or have free to join us for a conversation if you have questions beyond what we've talked about this evening.
Yeah, I was going to mention too, in the last 11 years, that we have had this E12 money coming in. We initially, council put in a tax oversight committee that reported out on where every penny of this came from and went to. It's very important to know that I think, that out of all the monies that we do get, anywhere from 40 to 60% of that dollar comes from people outside our city. So it's like a discount to our citizens who have to take care of their own streets when these other folks are using all those resources and then basically tearing things up, as we all do. But E12 is going to be for the public to decide. We're going to discuss it further with council, figure out what we want to do, if it's going to be a half cent or 1 cent. But again, it's definitely monies that we get put directly back into our streets and nowhere else. So we'll see how that's going to pan out in the next month or two. Okay. Then we can move on to agenda items to be deferred. City Manager Ty Lewis, do we have anything?
No, there are no items to be deferred.
Okay, then if you wouldn't mind, let's do an overview.
Are you taking
Sir,
speakers on this?
No, it's time for public comments done. I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you. Overview of items.
Can we we don't have a place on our agenda to approve the agenda. Other public meetings would. We have an opportunity to change the order of the agenda.
In the beginning, we can.
Where's it at? I missed it.
Anywhere. It's just a normal rule.
So we can do it anywhere? I just want to see if we can move L5 to before L1 is my question.
Oh, okay. So let's get that written out then. Where exactly do you want to have?
Just ahead of L1.
What is the agenda item on that?
L5.
L5.
Move it to just before
So I think
L1.
what he's suggesting is we take the consent calendar, and then at that point, you move the parking item up to the beginning
Is that what
of
you're
the
asking
public
for?
hearings.
Okay. What's the purview of the council? Anybody wish to change the agenda?
I think that's a wise thing to do because I think you've got a lot of people here, and obviously this is going to be a long meeting. It's a lot of items.
Okay.
As long as it's the proper format, I don't have any trouble with that.
Okay. So let's do consent, and then let's move up the parking right after that.
Thank you.
Okay. Ty, we had nothing to defer. You want to go ahead and give us then an overview of the consent calendar that we're going to be talking about?
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item number 1 is approval of the February 20th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes. Item number 2 is the receipt of the advisory body minutes to include the Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, and the Youth Commission. Item number 3 is receipt of the warrant register, and I had a particular request from one of our council members to include in that a quick overview of some of the items that are referred to as notable expenditures, and so I'm happy to do that. The first item is paid to a vendor, Ramena Construction, to upgrade water services for Sierra Bonita neighborhood. So that came out of the water fund in the amount of $301,000 approximately. The second item was paid to Future Ford Lincoln, which is for a new dump truck, and it was out of the capital replacement fund at approximately $135,000. The next item was payable to U.S. Bank, which is repayment of our 2019 water revenue bonds. That was paid out of the water fund in the amount of $333,000. And the last item was paid to our local Travel Paso group. It's the December 2023 and previous month's tax, bedroom tax, their assessment on that, which was $109,000. And that is a summary of the warrant register. Item number 4 is approval of a resolution authorizing an easement and payment to PG&E for the installation of streetlights at the city parking lot at 12th and Railroad. So for those of you that are concerned with downtown parking conditions beyond what we're here to talk about tonight, City Council has authorized the repaving of the railroad lot, which currently is reserved for employee parking, as well as the Marv's Pizza lot and the alleyways back there. As part of that, we need to upgrade lighting throughout the downtown and in those parking lots. So we're working with PG&E to obtain necessary poles and lighting to better illuminate those in response to the many requests that we've gotten from our community and council members. Item number 5 is approval of public art installation at the intersection of Park and 12th Streets. This is from David Athey, our city engineer, and his recommendation is to authorize the temporary art installation as stated in the proposal submitted by Dale Evers, subject to issuance of a temporary encroachment permit with conditions to be approved by the city attorney, which provide the necessary protections to the city and the artists. So again, this is a great opportunity to invest in our downtown by bringing some public art, which hopefully will be appealing not only to our locals, but also our many visitors that visit our downtown park. And the last item is item number 6, which is approval of a resolution approving oversized recycled water line facility and reimbursement through River Oaks 2. Again, this is from our acting city engineer, David Athey, and the recommendation there is to approve a resolution approving the oversized facility reimbursement agreement relating to the oversizing of certain recycled water facilities with River Oaks Reserve LLC and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement. Again, this is another decades in the making investment in our community, again, diversifying our water portfolio by moving forward with recycled water throughout our community. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, the items on consent calendar are considered routine and do not require separate discussion. However, any council member or public that has specific questions or clarification on an item will be able to address them by that vote before the vote is taken. Any member of council or public wishes to have full discussion of the item will cause the item to be pulled from the consent calendar and move to the end of the discussion items portion of tonight's agenda. Starting off then with council, anybody have any questions or any information needed? No. Chris Bausch.
Thank you. With regards to item 3, receipt of the warrant register, interested party to take note that the total amount of these items, $2,011,557. These items have been previously approved in the budget, so they're not new items. Item number 4, approval of a resolution authorizing easement and payment plan to PG&E in the amount of about $250,000. Where's those funds being sourced from? This is coming out of which fund?
Is that Ditas?
This is Ditas. Is she still here? Or Frida?
It's coming from the TOT tax.
Okay, great, thank you. And last but not least, the approval of item number 5, approval of the public art installation. In favor of that, sat on the Parks and Rec meeting that this was approved. I'm just curious, when the agreement is put into place, what kind of liability does the city have if for some unforeseen reason, Mr. Evers' art gets damaged or stolen or something like that?
So the agreement would contain sort of general indemnity provisions for both parties. So as long as it's been installed properly and it's just out in the open and he acknowledges that, then we likely would not have any liabilities associated with it. If we were to fail to secure it properly or comply with the terms of the agreement, and I don't know, if it required fencing around it and we didn't put up the fencing, we could create some liability for ourselves or something like that. But generally, it's a public art installation.
Very good, thank you.
And I had a question on that too, Elizabeth, with regard to item 5 and the authorized temporary art install. So what does temporary mean in the eyes of the city?
I believe that was for 12 months. I'm sorry, let me look at that.
Yeah,
A year, right, that's what I thought, okay. Okay, does any of the public have any items they wish to pull or discuss? Seeing none, we'll bring it back then to council for discussion and or action.
Mayor Hammond.
Pro Tem Gregory.
I move we approve items 1 through 6 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question. Thank you, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. You want to do a 2-minute break? Okay, we're going to pick it up here in 2-3 minutes. Okay, we'll stand by for a second. Okay, we'll re-adjourn for getting the item L5 and the discussion item moved ahead. Oh, that's right. Okay, you want to do that afterwards. Then we'll go ahead and open up public hearings. Item number 1, approval of 2024 Community Development Block Grant Program and Final Annual Action Plan. Darren Nash, you have the program?
Yes. You saw this back in December, and this is the final action plan, and this is the incorrect. There's one for the final action plan in the file for tonight. But I can probably make this work.
A1.
So basically, at December, council guided this meeting to come back with the final action plan. It's the same applications that were proposed. The $29,715 is spent between ECHO, People Self-Help were the two. All the other numbers were the same. What you see there is what's to be presented before the Board of Supervisors to add up to that $172,000. So nothing's changed since December, and that's what's being presented tonight. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So, that's a question.
Thank you, Darren. Pro Tem Gregory?
Yeah. So, Darren, so it's the money is going to be split between ECHO and the adult daycare center?
Correct. It was the three applications, ECHO, CAPSLO, and then the 5 cities homeless was not funded. So it went between the two. And then the admin and the public project were the same.
Very good. That's how I remember it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I was going to ask the same question. So this is essentially the same as what we ended up with.
It's the recommendation that council gave back in December.
Thank you.
Anything from this side? Okay, Darren, I did have a question, and it's just, it's fine. Our total amount, though, that we are receiving is really $183,428. But through agreement, I guess, of last year, we're sharing part of the administration fees with the county. Can you give me a background on how we came up? I don't recall that too well, but
yeah. And this is consistent with how we've done it for many, many years. The county actually administers, especially the public service grants. There's a lot of time and effort, environmental documentation that happens for these grants. And it's something that planning staff, city planning staff, just doesn't have the capacity to do. So the county staff does a lot. So there's a percentage of that administration that goes to the county. And then we get a smaller portion, which we then use generally to do that sidewalk ramp and fill project. We administer that with Public Works, with DEDIS. We really greatly appreciate the county doing what they do on this program, because there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes that we don't have the capacity here to do.
So that was basically my question. Essentially, you're okay and you're happy with the fact that, we're getting about 13.8 and they're getting 25.7 out of the total monies. And it's proportionate to what we're doing. In other words, we're taking care of the sidewalk, they're taking care of everything else, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the council?
Just a question of our staff. Is there a way to get the same item on our monitors as us up on the board?
Yeah, I asked them. I think they're trying, Fred.
We are working on it. We can pause the meeting for a couple of minutes and try to resolve it so you all see it. We do know that the stream that's going out is what we're seeing here. So the YouTube stream to the public outside of chamber is seeing what you're seeing on the screen.
All right, we can look up there too. Okay. What is? Oh, yeah, exactly. All right. Anyone from the public wishing to have any questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back then to the council for direction and or action.
Mayor Hammond,
Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Resolution 24XXX, recommending the CDBG allocations for the city's annual action plan to the county of San Luis Obispo as follows: $128,768 for Riverside Avenue sidewalk and ramp infill, $14,500 to Capslow for the adult daycare center services, and $15,215 to Echo for the homeless services, and $13,867 for program administration, for a total of $172,350.
Second.
Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Mayor
Now-
Hammond, can we pause the meeting for a couple of minutes to try and resolve the issue internally?
You want to do that? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead. At this point, though, so we've been informed that to get rid of our screens, you guys are seeing the information correctly, and also the YouTube folks are seeing what should be seen. But on our monitors up here for council, it would have to mean a complete shutdown and therefore startup, which we will do is YouTube. So we're going to, council, we're going to be watching what's on the wall instead of on our screens at
The
this
only
point.
problem with that is that we can't watch the speakers or the audience then.
No, we're going to have to try, okay? All right, so we're going to move on then to L5. This is the second reading and adoption for the updated revised ordinance 1135, amending the Paso Robles Municipal Code, Chapter 12.42, parking management to clarify the process for setting parking rates, reestablishing the downtown parking zone and other cleanup measures. And 2, adopting a resolution reauthorizing preferential parking for resident seniors and offering credits for reimbursements for eligible seniors. So who has a staff report?
I've got it.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. So as the mayor said, we have 2 items we're considering this evening, the second reading of the parking ordinance and then the resolution authorizing or reauthorizing the senior permit program. So the the ordinance before you this evening incorporates the changes that the council directed, which is deleting the 2 sentences that were no longer applicable. The council decided to remove the 2 sentences regarding returning to the same downtown parking zone on the same day. Then it set the free parking space at a maximum of 30 minutes, so it changed the 15 minutes to 30 minutes. And then the parking rate, the city council had said it wanted to set the parking rate at $1 per hour in the downtown zone. And then any change in that rate will require the council to amend the ordinance. The motion that you made, well, you had a discussion, and then the motion that was eventually made was to have the city manager have the authority to make a change, but then you wanted him to come back before any changes were made. And so to do that, because you set the parking rate at $1, it requires an ordinance change. So we just deleted the reference to the resolution, and if the city manager wants to make a change to the parking rate, he will bring an item back for you guys to consider, and then you can choose to amend the ordinance or not.
Just to clarify, it's starting and staying at $1.
$1.
$1, and it would have to come back as an agenda item.
Correct.
In other words, we're taking the authority away from the city manager to arbitrarily change it when he feels like he wants to.
Right, because you made some conflicting statements during the conversation last time. It was Ty should have some authority, but then you ended up you wanted it to come back to the council. So putting into an ordinance that he has the authority, but it comes back to the council was contradictory. So we just took it out, and it says $1, which is what you guys had decided upon. And so if it wants to be something other than $1, you're going to have to amend your ordinance.
So therefore, then the range has actually been removed from 1 to 5?
The range is still in there because
in there.
you could choose to create another parking zone, a parking zone in another part of town. And so you still have your range of 1 to 5, but it says in the ordinance, the downtown parking zone rate is $1.
Got it.
Because that's what y'all decided.
Okay. Councilman Strong. Councilman Boucher, go ahead.
That was an issue, I think, on the original ordinance from 2019, is establishing the range and defining what the parameters were. So now that we have that $1 to $5 range, if we establish a new area, we'd have to come up with a brand new ordinance anyway.
Correct.
So why the range at all?
The range is in there
The
because
1 to 5, because we'd have to have a brand new ordinance. This ordinance that we're discussing, the original iteration didn't define the zone. So now you're describing a new zone or potential new zone that would have, in my mind, require a brand new ordinance and therefore a brand new rate. I think the $5 should be removed completely.
Wait, I believe the reason we did that was to have the 85% occupancy rate achieved. Isn't that the tool that's being used here for the whole idea is to get the turnover and the occupancy in the downtown parking. So that's the range that staff, and we have the opportunity to change to achieve that 85%.
Okay, I was just referring to what Elizabeth said about creating a new zone.
Right, I know, but were
Right,
you?
so your ordinance right now says that to establish a parking zone must be done by ordinance. So if you wanted to create one in another part of town,
Right.
for some reason, you would have to adopt an ordinance that relates to that area.
But essentially, all the other parameters of the parking program would still apply. It's just a different location.
You'd have to name the streets, just like in this one, we name the streets, of the downtown area so that it's very clear where it applies to. If you wanted to do one in another part of town, we'd have to establish a new zone with those streets called out.
Okay. Councilman Strong?
No, this is for questions, right? Not for comments.
Yeah, just questions.
I have comments. I have questions.
Okay. Anyone else?
Shall I finish?
Yep.
No, I'm not, I still disagree, but that's, I'm not worrying about that later.
Okay.
All right. So there are two changes in this ordinance that were not in the original one, or one change. There was a typo. It says the ordinance that you considered the other day said it was a maximum of 10 hours for the length of a session would be the maximum. The signage that you approved is actually 11 hours, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. So that typographical error has been changed in the draft that you'll be approving this evening. And then the other item before you this evening is the the senior parking permits. So we've got two items happening here. The first is the ordinance that you're approving tonight codifies, consistent with the vehicle code, the preferential parking privileges program. This will allow an eligible senior to apply for the annual permit. It basically continues to operate exactly as it has been for the past few years. This year's permits will cover April 5th, 2024 to April 4, 2025. So it will coincide with the effective date of the ordinance, and the seniors will be able to have a permit that will establish their ability to park downtown without paying for parking once the ordinance becomes effective, if it's approved.
Okay.
I do have a question. And that is anything we're discussing tonight have to do with the refunds?
We're going to get to that on the next slide.
Yeah, okay. That's the next one. Real quick, my question on this too, though, Elizabeth, is let's talk about who's eligible. It says eligible senior. Who is an eligible senior?
So it's the same as before. It's 65 or older. It is a resident of the city, and it is one vehicle per household.
Per household. Very good.
So we've got an awful lot, or at least I have, of discussion regarding what about the people that live just outside? And I know we talked about that in the past. I think it warrants a question of could we include people outside of the city, people up at Heritage Ranch, for example, people that live within the sphere of influence. Can we include that if we amended the ordinance?
It's not in the ordinance.
Can we amend the ordinance to include it, is my question.
Can I?
No, I'm asking Elizabeth,
Let's let her ask the question, answer it first.
If the council wanted to consider an amendment to the ordinance, you could do that. As we've discussed before, you have the ability to address parking within your jurisdiction and for your residents. It becomes more complicated if you want to go outside your jurisdiction. How do you distinguish between neighborhoods? We would have to establish that you're not being arbitrary, capricious, discriminatory, or anything like that. It's a conversation the council has had before. It's not on the agenda this evening for discussion. But if you wanted to revisit that conversation, that would be up to the council.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's just to stay on this point real quick, let's do a straw vote. Anyone wishing to discuss Councilman Bausch's idea here? One? Only one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, I was just going to comment when we discussed that before that and you basically laid it out was that we only have jurisdiction over the city limits, basically, and that anything that we offered outside of that, we would have to extend to the whole county, was what I was told.
Okay, so the other item that is before you this evening is the resolution to reestablish the parking permit program for seniors. And then in there, it discusses permit refunds. So you took an action a few weeks ago to authorize refunds. You created a form and a process. That process, because the seniors have paid for parking in the last 12 months, they are entitled to the refund, but staff has determined that there's other ways that we can do it that are easier for the seniors to comply because they have additional information than for people who just paid for parking. Because you created the program the way you did to provide the refund, we've brought back for you a resolution that creates sort of a separate process or alternative for seniors. And there are two options there. For anyone who is applying for a senior permit this year, there is a space on the form that they will fill out where they can say that they had a permit last year, that they're eligible for a permit this year, and then they have a choice. We can issue them, they can request a credit, which will apply the money they paid last year to the cost of this year's permit. So they don't have to pay this year, we'll just roll it over. Or if they don't do that, they don't submit the application and request that, then we will automatically send them a check. They don't need to go through that process because we know who they are and we have their addresses. So that is a process that the city has the information on and can do. So what we're requesting of you in the resolution is to approve giving them the option of applying for this credit if they're applying for a new one, or just letting us roll over the money back to them automatically at the end of April. Or if someone wants to, they can go through the process of filling out the form and getting their money sooner. But we wanted to make these two options that might be a little bit easier available.
So to be clear, the senior does not actually have to do anything to receive a refund from last year.
Correct. If they chose not to, they do not need to. We will automatically refund them.
Or they can petition to have their last year's money credited forward. Right.
Or they can go through the other process and fill out the form, and we'll send them a check through that.
Very good. Okay.
Receiving an automatic refund would not preclude them from applying for a permit if they change their mind later.
No.
Okay.
No.
And then can you describe the process, how the city can offer automatic refunds? I think I know the answer to this, but it's come up a couple of times. Just for public edification, how is it that we can issue an automatic refund for the senior permits, but we can't do it for tickets, et cetera?
So there may be people who are better versed in what the city has technologically to respond to that. But my understanding is for the parking fee charges, we don't have that information. For the citations, we may have that information, but it's through a third party. And so we may not, and staff is looking at that. But for the senior permit program, when I inquired about that, because the application comes into us, we keep it. They have for lack of a better, I don't know, an Excel spreadsheet or whatever it is, a database. They have the information. So that's something that we can do. So if someone is getting the automatic payment back, they'll get a letter. The letter will explain what happened. It'll have the release and waiver language. And then if they cash the check, they will have consented to the release and waiver for the city, and they can go forward.
Thank you.
That's my understanding.
That's an important distinction. When we do this automatically on April 30, the city is actually going to cut a check.
Yes.
Not a refund to their credit card or wherever, but as a check that they're going to receive from previous year.
That is my understanding. I'm looking at Mr. Cornell.
Brian? Is that how
yes.
finance department's going to do it? Councilman Strong.
And my question was on the 1 year time limit.
Mm-hmm.
So does that 1 year time limit also apply to tickets that were illegally issued?
As we've discussed previously, the government code provides that if you are charged a fee, incur a cost, have a damage by a public agency, it is 12 months from the date of the injury to file a claim. So yes.
Even if the fine itself was illegal?
Yes. That is what the government.
So you can collect illegal fees and you don't ever have to refund them?
Again, Mr. Strong, we discussed this last time. The government code provides that it is a 12-year look back.
I think it's an important distinction, that, again, if the board so chooses, the board could go back beyond the 12-month. And I think that needs to be asked again. I think we should go back.
So we're not revisiting the decision that was made on the 20th as it relates to that. That was an action that you took. That's not on the agenda tonight. The only reason it came up is because we are addressing the senior program, and they have 3 options as to how to get their refund.
Okay.
Again, Mr. Bausch, these are options. I know they're all kind of intertwined, but for the purposes of tonight's discussion, we can't go back. Again, there's a lot of discussion about Brown Act violations. That would be a clear violation of the Brown Act.
All right. So, Elizabeth.
Yep. Is that the last slide? So again, we've got the recommendation, which is to hold the second reading and adopt the updated and revised ordinance, and then also to adopt the resolution regarding the senior resident preferential permit program, and then allow us to offer the credits or provide the automatic check. And I just wanted to reiterate, as it relates to the 12-month look back, the city manager has alluded to it previously. We understand that this is a result of the error that was made in 2019. As I've indicated previously, BB&K was here, and we did not catch that error. This BB&K stands behind their work, and as I've indicated to you all and was alluded to previously in hearings, BB&K is prepared to support the city in this, and when we understand the scope of the problem, BB&K will be helping the city and will be addressing it financially.
Okay, very good. Any other questions of staff? Councilman Bausch.
Can you review for us again why the waiver is necessary and how that is enforceable when it seems that other automatic cashing of a check doesn't release the legally responsible party of their obligation?
So I would suggest you think about it sort of like a class action lawsuit when you get the little notice in the mail and it says, you were part of Verizon and you're going to get your $1.12, and then they send you a check because you were part of that class. It is the same concept. You waive your right to sue based upon the receipt of that information and cashing the check.
And if somebody challenges that, do you think that's, it's possible, I suppose, for anybody to challenge anything in California. I think that we need to be really sure that we want to go down that road, because especially if there is future legal action against the city after this vote tonight, that could be another thing that we could avoid very easily.
So it sounds
I
like.
don't think it would prevent a lawsuit either way. Either if somebody is going to sue the city based upon those actions, a waiver or not would not prevent it. As you said, you can sue for any reason, any time, but what this does is it protects the city. Mm-hmm. So what we're doing in this particular case is limiting our exposure from a business standpoint. That's the reason for the decision.
And I hate to be down on the city, but we're protecting the city for an action, an illegal action, alleged illegal action, and we're trying to protect the city from repercussions of those actions. I just find that disingenuous.
All right.
No, I think Mr. Bausch.
All right. What we're going to do here tonight, anybody that wants to talk or do any of that clapping, you got it. This is what I want to see. We're going to have a disruption, and we're going to stop the meeting if you do that. So
I'd love to respond to that. I think it's important distinction and clarification. So I think that Mr. Bausch's points are all super valid, and I think that everybody from the city staff standpoint understands and can relate to the argument that you're making. I also want to make it very clear that we provided all of the information to the council members, and the council members made a decision moving in this direction based upon the legal advice and the information that was provided. So in this particular case, that is the reason why the decision was made. I don't think there's any disingenuousness on the part of city staff or the council. They've been provided information and made a very clear statement as to the reasons for their intentions.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, I have one other question that does relate to tonight.
Sure.
And that is, how many of our collection devices accept cash?
I have no idea.
I believe, you know what, we have a map online, and I'm sorry, I don't have that right in front of me.
Are there any that don't?
Oh, yeah.
There's three.
There's 3 that accept cash?
Yes.
And how many do we have total?
Let me pull up the map for you,
Surely.
Mr. Strong. If anybody's interested in these maps, you can go to prcity.com and parking. There's also the Esri system, which is our mapping system that maps all this information out, and will show you the location and of each of these. So just bear with me as I look through it. And I'm not connected to this system, so I won't be able to display it, but I can look for the information.
To move things along, or are there going to be any other questions from council?
I have one other question.
Okay.
And that is of our attorney. Does state law supersede local law?
Generally, yes, we're preempted by state law.
Thank you.
Actually, anybody with their app can do it too, because it's available on the app. I apologize for.
So we're going to be moving on then after we get this answer for Councilman Strong to public comments. So anyone who wants to start moving for that direction to do any public comment, you can probably line up. Looks like Dale's already there. So we'll stand by for the answer.
There are 35 pay stations downtown.
35 and 3 accept cash. Thank you.
And they're the least used.
Okay. Then we'll close the council questions at this point and open up to public comment. Anybody wishing to come and say something on this item, please line up. You'll have 3 minutes. And also, again, have your card for the clerk. Dale, you're up.
Dale Augustin, 630 13th Street. I came here almost 45 years ago. Had the pleasure of meeting Steve Martin, personal friend ever since. I honored that man for his love of the surrounding area. He grew up in Atascadero, moved to Paso Robles, and did a lot for this city. He was extremely competent as a leader and sensitive to the public, including the citizens of the city, as well as those that lived in the surrounding areas. And Ms. Roden, when I first came here, a Lyman farmer came in to me and said, "Excuse our appearance, we just came from knocking nuts." I didn't have any idea what that meant. You do, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Gary Lear, 1472 Whippoorwill Lane, Templeton, California. I can't possibly contain my remarks in 3 minutes, so I'm just going to have to give you the 30-second managerial review. I already sent you the information about why this requires a unique reading. It has to do with Government Code 36934. It's enough of a substantive change that it needs to be reintroduced. The Brown Act says in enacting this chapter, this is 54950, you know what it says. It says that the public agencies in this state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. From the Office of Administrative Lawmaking, what happens if the agency makes changes to the originally proposed text? Well, you know what that says because you're a lawyer. You need to reintroduce this and allow 15 days. And this is not just my interpretation or David H. Nelson's. This is coming from the Administrative Law Office and from the California League of Cities, and I can provide you with all that. I know that the Government Code 36934 is rather nebulous on the issue, and that's part of the whole problem here. And you're trying to control this with language. I know that. An injury. A parking fee is not an injury. What's an injury is when you try to control this through language and use language that obviates the whole discussion here. It's the Government Claims Act is about torts and personal injury. You know that because you've seen the forms. And this is a transaction. It's a transaction. It is covered in the Government Claims Act, but you haven't even given us the right part. So, and unfortunately, the Government Claims Act, on the balance, I think I'm partial on my side and partial on your side. But the whole thing here is that we formed an organization called the For Better Paso Robles, and it's directly related to people I know who started a Better Atascadero. And Heather Moreno is running for supervisor tonight, and she was part of that whole effort. And, frankly, my interest is in grassroots political organizing. I have not seen this much resentment or anger over an issue since the Kenny Any campaign, where we got over 8,000 people to come out and vote for Kenny because they were incensed over the way that he was treated by the school district. And I'm telling you, do what you want to do, pass this, but I am going to use all of the skills that I have gained in the last 2 years, and I've been run several successful political campaigns. I know all the major people in the Republican Party here, everybody from Amanda Clark Hughes to Deb Arnold to John Pashong, who's won major campaigns, and I've been promised support by a lot of people. And I know from past experience you can't guarantee anything, but this is not going to be over. If you pass this, it's just going to be the beginning of a bigger fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Welcome.
Can we bring up the first sentences of the proposed ordinance?
If you can, yeah. Let's see.
The actual ordinance, if you have it. If not, I can read it.
Do you have it?
It's attached to the agenda item, right?
It's attachment 2.
This agenda item. There you go. That part. Okay. So 020B. I want to throw one thing out. Parking citation is not a fee. Keep that in mind.
Your name, sir?
David Nelson.
David, welcome.
1409 Crown Way. I'm a concerned citizen, and I know this is a big deal, and I know you guys really want to pass this tonight. And I don't think you can. It's not just because there have been substantive non-clerical changes, including from 10 to 11, which previously was suggested by the City Council to bring back to the Council, City Attorney, to bring back to the Council proposed it change from 10 to 11, it wasn't suggested that it was a typo at that time. Now I see that it's suggested as a typo. I don't believe that's the case. I think it's a substantive change. It wasn't a typographical change. So on to a bigger issue. We're trying to establish the downtown parking zone. And the description, which is the legal description of the downtown parking zone, says extending from 10th Street to 14th Street, from Spring Street to Pine Street. And I'll leave the rest of that out. On the left over here is what that legally describes. On the right is the map from the city of what we intend for this parking zone to be. This can't legally be the description of the parking zone if that's what we meant. I don't think any of the people believed that, so we can't adopt it as written because it actually legally means that on the left. For anybody listening, that would include all of 10th Street, all of 14th Street, both sides of Spring Street, and both sides of Pine Street. You'll notice that in some cases we use both sides, in some cases we don't, in some cases we have no sides. On Spring Street, half of the street and part of the area and half of it not. There needs to be a clearly written definition of this parking zone for this to pass. You cannot pass this way. I'd be shocked if you find a way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jan Hobb, 1940 San Marcos Road, Paso Robles, 93446. I still can't get a senior pass because I'm out of the city. So if that does happen, I hope you consider going by zip code, 93446. I say ditch the parking program totally. It started with the employees parking in front of the businesses. I think there are some lots available downtown that the city might consider purchasing and make that available for the employees downtown. They need a place to park. I mean, if we're going to have the shops downtown and the businesses downtown, they have to have their employees have a place to park. It just makes sense. But if we have offenders, let's get their names and post their names. And I don't know, that might, make it public. When I drove from the freeway into the front of City Hall here, the downtown was busy. It's a Tuesday night. The downtown was busy. It was loaded. I didn't see any parking places until I got in front of the library here. And the kids were in the city park and they were playing. They didn't have to pay to play. I thought that was really great. Let's see. I'm not a numbers person. I'm not a technical person, but I do have permission to give a testimony from a man I met at the fairgrounds when I voted this morning. He said that he would like to tell his story of living in Templeton, moved there about 4 years ago. He and his wife would come to the movies once a month, at least, and have dinner, or if they would go during the day, they would have lunch. So that would be a restaurant and the movie theater making money. Maybe they might even walk around and look at the stores. But because of the paid parking, they go to a Tescadero. There's no paid parking there. And I know that they're doing very well in a Tescadero also, and Templeton, because I've been there in the evening, during the week, and they're busy. But we aren't, except when we don't have to pay for parking. So abracadabra, it's like a magic act. All of our tax money is going into the potholes in the streets. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Dora Carey. I'm a business owner in Paso. I own Orange Dot Quilts downtown on 10th and Pine. I am here to tell you that ever since you removed the parking requirements, my business is doing much better. So it does work. The parking is really tempering down the businesses. And my question for you is, obviously the city has not gained from this implementing of this parking. You are representing the city, you're doing this for the city, but the city has not gained. We are also the city. The people, the local people are not coming downtown to shop because of the parking. The local businesses are suffering because of the parking. You should think about this when you're implementing this, and you should not implement this parking. I'm telling you, ever since the parking was not implemented, my business is finally thriving, where before it was just surviving. So those of you who vote for this issue, who are you thinking you are benefiting? For whom are you voting for this parking? Who is benefiting from this? The tourists hate it, the locals hate it, the businesses, local businesses hate it. So who are you doing it for? Are the parking maids the ones that make all the money, or what's going on? So think about that. When you're voting for this parking, for whom are you working? For whom are you doing this? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want an answer actually. Right now, for whom are you doing this?
We'll give you an answer later. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, John Roush, 1321 Spring Street, number 202. I'm also the president of the Central Coast Cinemas, DBA Park Cinemas. First off, thank you, Councilman Bosch, and thank you, Councilman Strong, for listening to us. Three of you have irrationally decided that our voices mean nothing. One of you has a garage door company. One's wife ran Odyssey Cafe, and one has a pistachio farm. None of you know the cost and the difficulties of running a boutique, restaurant, coffee shop, ice cream store, theater, or any of the other businesses in our downtown. None of you are dealing with and listening to the public every single day. You listen to small groups when it suits your purpose. You ignore the larger groups that have shown up with the experience you lack. Our experience tells us this is harming our businesses. The facts tell us this is harming our businesses. You constantly compare us to San Luis Obispo. We love Paso Robles and our magical downtown. We will not permit Paso Robles to become San Luis Obispo with more than 30% of their downtown vacant. Parking meters were removed from this town over 25 years ago. Two parking studies were previously contracted for, and both city councils decided against paid parking. Yet you have decided you know more. You ignore your own statistics. 89% of the people that signed up stayed for 2 hours or less. You've now decided to eliminate the free parking, and the impact of that is going to be more detrimental to our businesses. I urge you to end this program. Pay off the loan with the TOT windfall you're experiencing, and let's sit down to find ways our employees to help our employees find convenient and safe parking and get the 80,000 North County customers back to our downtown. There are better ways. I keep getting asked by people, especially after the last meeting, why are they doing this? Why don't they just end it? And I swear to God, I can't give them an answer that makes sense. You can beat a dead horse all you want, but it's not going to get up and start running. If you force us, we will ask the public to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Marjorie, welcome.
My name is Marjorie Hammond. I live on Terrace Hill Drive in Paso Robles.
I believe I speak to and for the silent majority who appreciate having a downtown parking program. I can go downtown and I can pay for parking, and there's parking to be had because the employees are not in the parking places. Before, you'd go downtown and the 40-plus people that work in Glen Air, where did they park? Well, maybe they didn't park right in front of Glen Air, but they park next to the park. And they take up parking places all day long. And there was nothing that could legally be done by an employer to say you can't park downtown. Now, some people might think that I'm up here because I agree with the man sitting in the middle of the podium. Those of you who know us know that I don't agree with many things, but I do agree about parking. We recently, last week, we were up in Truckee. We had to pay for parking in Truckee. First of all, Truckee has no parking that's not paid. We looked for it everywhere because we're thrifty. We spent $2 to park in Truckee. And don't tell anybody, but I went in and we spent about $350 at the stores in downtown Truckee for $2 to park. But don't tell Joe. I am a lightning rod to people when I go downtown who want to talk about parking. And the majority of the people I talk to like the program. They're not here tonight. They're not the people that call in. They are the shop owner who said to me, if they can't afford $2 to park downtown, they can't afford anything in my store. I've been told that. I've been told by business owners downtown who do not have retail shops that they now have places for their customers to park and come visit them because the employees are parking downtown. And I don't want to give employees downtown a bad name. I'm glad they're there. These people make our lives work by working downtown. But how many of them, oh, I'm running a little bit late. I'm just going to park down in the downtown just this once so I don't get in trouble with my boss. It happens. I want a vibrant downtown. I never stopped coming downtown because it costs money to park. I came downtown because I want to support the businesses. We go to the theater. We eat dinner downtown. We go to the stores. And yes, it costs a few dollars, and it's worth it to have my downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Roush-Close. I'm one of the owners of Park Cinemas and resident of Paso Robles. In no way do I want anybody to think that we are against all parking programs. That has never been said. We are against paid parking programs. We understand that things may need to change. We have been bringing all kinds of options for years. What else can we do other than the program we currently have? The program we have is broken. The program we have does not work. That does not mean something may. We do not want paid parking. Please understand that. We want to work with you. We want to get through this, but this paid parking program just is not working. One of the huge issues you guys talk about consistently is employee parking. I really want to know how 92 employee parking spaces meets the needs of all of the employees downtown. You're telling me and the rest of us that by providing those 92 parking spaces, there are not employees parking downtown in areas you want everyone else to park. I don't understand all of this. And I'm not saying, hey, they can't park in free parking. Oh, wait a second. No, they can't because this isn't permit parking anymore here in the city. When that was permit parking, but now it's not. Now it's free parking. But guess what? Our employees can't use that because that's permit parking. But then I wonder, how many permits have we actually sold? So if we're selling all of these permits for employee parking and I have 96 spaces, and that's, I think, 2, 4, 6, a minimum of 6 that are handicapped, so that's basically 90 spots. Where are my, if I was to count, one person for 303 businesses, that's not even making one person for all the businesses downtown. But you're telling me you're solving an employee parking issue. I just don't get it. So please, like, if you want to really make something work, let's do something different. Let's not get rid of, oh, hey, we're going to get rid of the 2 free hours and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and just continue what has not been working. We would really like to work with you, but please get rid of the paid parking program.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. My name is Carla Carey. I'm daughter of Dora Carey. I own Spare Time Books, which is on 945 12th Street, just 2 blocks away from my mom. So we like to keep business local. I'm here just to bring up a few things. Obviously, I'm not a proponent of paid parking. To go back off what you said, when actually we had 2 weeks of free parking, it was mentioned 2 weeks ago that there was only 14% of cars that were registered as being employee parking cars. So even with the free parking, we're meeting our quota of 85% not being employees or business owners. I don't know if you're hearing that, but I just wanted to make that on the record, that it's most employees are not taking up valuable spots, and even if they are, it's still within our quota. I also want to mention that, for those of you who don't know, my mom and I immigrated here from Romania back in 2001. Romania is a recovering communist country, and they have a very authoritative government that doesn't listen to the voices of the people. What I want to urge you guys is to listen to the maybe outspoken majority of people who are in favor of no paid parking, and to just reflect the people that you were elected to represent and not your own personal biases. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ready? Sharon Foster. I live at 355 Partridge Avenue. So I'm here as a citizen. Now, as volunteer who spends a lot of time downtown just talking to people, we've gone over this over and over again. I know that the council seems to pretty much be set where they are set. So I'm really speaking more to anyone who's out there listening. And I would like you to know that one of the people I spoke to, she didn't know that I'm going to speak on her tonight, is Dora. Dora has a small fabric shop, tiny, absolutely precious. Now, that is a great example of a local business that will thrive from local shoppers. People aren't going to get in their cars and drive across country and, to go buy a bolt of fabric, okay? 95% of her business, she told me a few weeks ago, is strictly online shopping. Her regular customers that she used to have, the locals that she depended on, have told her over and over again, Dora, I love you, I love your fabrics, but I will not come downtown to shop because I will not pay to park at the town I built. Okay? The silent majority, I don't know about that. I think, if you yell out in a room, you may hear 2 whispers. Yeah, I like it. That's why it's silent, because the numbers aren't there. And I am getting really tired of hearing the animosity from this council, not all, but from this council. When the Wine Association stood up and read a letter that said, I believe it's 17 businesses say, all of them say, this is killing our business. One of the council members said, did Norma have you write this? She said, no. Well, who? So you just wrote it and you just took it around to all of your members. She said, no, we were having our meeting. This was the topic. And I wrote up what they asked. Do you have their signatures? Oh, well, I did not get their signatures, but I can and I will go back. Yeah, I'd really like to see those. That kind of attitude is not acceptable. But that's what we get. And that's what the people that aren't here don't see. and they don't hear. And I'm really tired of finding that bad guy, the scapegoat. I'm tired of the employees being blamed. We've gone over this. There is not enough public parking. I talk to people that move their cars 3 times in one day. I talk to people that have been attacked. People who the only way their parents will let them work downtown is if they pay so that they can use this. And $5 an hour, I moved here from Washington, D.C., well, not directly, but I spent the 90s in Washington, D.C. Do we think we're bigger and hotter than Washington, D.C.? $2.50 an hour to park.
Thank you, ma'am. Bill, welcome.
Good evening, Bill Saylor. I reside at 1824 Ponderosa Lane in Paso Robles. I've lived here for 32 years. I'm not going to, as John Roush said, beat a dead horse. We heard tonight someone say something about the silent majority. I've heard 3 council members, not Councilman Bausch or Councilman Strong, say over and over and over again, well, everybody I talk to is in favor of the parking program. Main Street gave you guys a whole bunch of signatures and petitions that required by the city names and addresses. But we're to believe that you have a silent majority out there that won't show up to a meeting to encourage Councilman Strong or Bausch to vote for this program. Where are they? Everyone who has spoken tonight has spoken against the parking program. You have one person who voted or came up and spoke. Gail, keep your opinions to yourself. You had one person that spoke in favor of it. Again, silent majority, I don't see them. I don't hear them. I listen to KPRL. They're not calling in. So if you're going to require organizations in town and businesses in town to prove by written signatures, names, addresses, that they do not want this parking program, the same should be said for the silent majority. What you have here the last couple weeks, because of the legality issue, was started back in 2019. If you think this issue is going to go away and you just had to deal with the last year from February 6, 23 to February 6, 24, you're going to be looking at everybody that's received tickets all the way back to 2019. And for the city to say that they can't or do not have the records of everybody who's received a ticket is beyond my comprehension. I've received tickets. Did I keep the citation so that when I go to fill out a form, I can give you the date, time, space that I overstayed or didn't for most of the time? I forget. I don't have that citation. The city should just issue refunds.
Thank you, Bill. Welcome.
Please go back to the other slide. Slide that's Thank you. Monty Jones, resident business owner, Paso Robles. Glaringly, we have serious issues with the outside help this city hires. Right here, it says minimum of 15 minutes. Does BBK not understand that it's a 30-minute zone? Was this proofread? Did you talk to them about when last time it was a 15-minute zone? No, going back to a 30? Ty, when you were police chief, you were tasked, you hired a consulting agency. Where were they from? Do you remember?
Dixon Resources Unlimited, yes, out of San Diego, California.
San Diego, thank you.
But they work all over the nation.
Not local, not in the county, don't understand local issues. This organization still believes it's going to be a 15-minute parking zone.
Sir, I think you misunderstand the slide that's up there. That is not referring to the free parking. That is the length of sessions that could be authorized by the city manager pursuant to the program.
Okay, so
they
the
can
city
exchange
manager
from
can cut it 30 to
15
15. Got it. Thank you.
to 11 hours.
Got it. So the city manager can cut 30 to 15 on his discretion. Thank you.
No, the ordinance specifically provides for 30-minute free parking if
It's a little
he
confusing
chooses.
then if you understand. That's a little confusing.
It's not if you read the ordinance in its entirety.
Well, that's what's put up on the screen. It's a little confusing.
That's not the entirety, that's just the
Like
one
the
section.
previous, thank you, this is my time. Like the previous gentleman spoke about, there's not been one person in the last 5 of these meetings, 4 or 5 over the last year and a half, that has spoken. Mr. Greger, you say you've talked to people all the time. Where are they? Where are their emails? Where are their phone calls? We get 1 or 2 here over 5 meetings. Mr. Hammond, last meeting you called the people who don't come downtown lazy. Do you still believe that?
People that say they will not visit downtown, I'm a little upset about that because, again, are they that lazy that they can't walk?
Yeah, can't walk more than the block. So what you're asking them is to park in front of other houses, in front of other businesses, so they can walk a block. Now we got a parking problem down Spring Street, down in the neighborhoods. This will only expand from here. Ms. Roden, you said on your informal count, last time at 3:45, you counted 170 cars, you poked your head in, saw a couple people here and there. How many business owners or managers did you speak to on your walkabout? I'll take that as a 0, because they're sitting here over the last 5 meetings explaining the paid parking is a disaster. It's pathetic what's going on. You're not listening to the people here. A few of you guys are. Thank you. It's taken a cease and desist order to finally bring this up to the forefront. Sonoma, the city of Sonoma, Carmel by the Sea, 2 perfect examples of cities that get over 2 million visitors a year with no paid parking scheme, no nickel and diamond. They get way more visitors. Put up 4-hour parking, chalk the tires, license plate read, get people moving. It's so simple, but we're stuck on this nickel and dime scheme that you brought to town, and it just will not die. It needs to die here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, actually evening, but all of us, I would think here, have heard the same arguments over and over and over again. And it's getting ridiculous. We have a city in which it's been created as a destination city with the wineries. You got LA on one end of this state, San Francisco on the other. Well, guess what? Those people who have buku money come waltzing in. Great, that's great for the businessmen and everything else. But when you put restrictions on them, like they already have for living in those big cities, they're going like, what the hell is this all about? We're here to drink wine, not to sit here and pay taxes on parking. You're hurting yourself and you don't even know it. These people who own the businesses, they know it because they're not making the money that you people have taken away from them. Not all of you guys, I know a couple of you are right with us, but those of you who aren't, election time comes around every so often, does it not? And we will remember.
Thank you. Gina, welcome.
Good evening, Gina Fitzpatrick, Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. Again, I am speaking tonight on behalf of our chamber members that have approached me that are literally afraid to come into the room tonight. They are feeling as if this contentious behavior and all of the comments that are being made because they don't feel the same as everybody else is making it so that they're feeling as if they're shunned. Berated is there's been a lot of comments about the way that their neighbors are treating them. So I stated that I would come down and let all of you know that there are people that are in favor of the program, business owners in the downtown that may not necessarily like the program in its entirety as far as the way that it operates, and they hope that there can be tweaks to it. But all in all, definitely in favor of a parking program. Our board of 23 board members just met last week, and the board is still in favor of a parking program. They'd like to continue to advocate for 2 free days and long-term parking solutions, such as a parking garage or otherwise. I also want to make mention to the comments that we've received from both visitors and locals alike about the many cars that are in the downtown beginning early in the day now. Starting around 9 o'clock in the morning, it's hard to find a parking spot depending on which street you're on. And at other times during the day, you can't find a parking spot at all. This is, of course, different from where we were about 3 to 4 weeks ago, right? So I told a couple of the business owners that were making this comment that, you know, I would come and share this evening. And I hope that we can all find a way that we can have different behavior, that we can all get along, and that we can treat our neighbors as if they're our friends still. That's my hope.
Thank you, Gina. Jeffrey, welcome.
Good evening, Councilman. Jeff Wiesinger, Jeffrey's Wine Country Barbecue, and I'm also the president of the board of the Paso Robles Main Street Association. A couple things here. The Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association Board of Directors has voted as we're not in favor of this program. I think that's been pretty well documented at this point. One thing I did want to ask the council about is kind of in regards to a comment that was made earlier. Is there a chance to pull up the actual ordinance, the resolution turned ordinance? From what I'm understanding, this ordinance is expanding the current footprint or where the streets are based on the current map that we've been using. This ordinance expands to 14th Street and to the north end of Spring Street. Is that correct? It's
you want to answer that real quick?
Yeah, you bet. So the current language that's in there matches where all the signage has been placed in the past. So we promised the community and the council that this was also a refresh to make sure that all the information was contemporary. So anywhere that there's been parking signs, that is what's encapsulated in this description.
So the previous parking program that we've all been following doesn't include 14th Street and it doesn't include north of Spring Street.
The previous action, as has been discussed at length, was never valid.
So again, we're going from the ordinance seems to have a lot of issues. It's obviously
the former ordinance did have issues. We've acknowledged that and we're cleaning those up. That's what this meeting's about tonight.
The fact that all of us are here talking about the existing parking program that we've had for the past couple of years, and now we're talking about expanding the footprint of this, and that's never really been discussed at any council meeting that we're going to
Again, I'm going to reiterate, it's not an expansion. According to what you're reading there is what you see tonight is reflective of what's been going on for the last 4 years.
My employee has been parking on 14th Street and on north of Spring Street. There hasn't been any signs.
We're not going north of 14th Street. It doesn't say north of 14th
Street. To 14th Street, is that correct? Yeah, to include 14th Street.
Right.
Yeah, 14th Street has been free parking.
To 14th Street.
Right.
To 14th, so not through 14th.
The concerns are that it's not jiving with what we've all been talking about from beginning. It's dividing our community. The past few weeks of free parking have been great for business. We've had a lot of locals come out and support what's going on. I have concerns that the ordinance is confusing, and I'd like an opportunity to go back and discuss this with the council a lot more and see if we can postpone the April 5th start date and address some of these things with the more people. I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. I will say congratulations. Jeff was the winner of both popular on the Children's Museum fundraiser over the weekend, the judges and popular, Chipino and Vita. Well done, Jeff. Thank you. Anyone else? Linda?
Hello, Linda Becker. Could you please show us what you were holding up earlier, and could we have a clear explanation of how this is expanding the paid parking? I think it's kind of confusing, but every time I've come, there's been a tremendous, I think, if you could explain that, it would be helpful, or maybe if the city manager wants to do that. But every time I've come in regards to parking, there's been a public outcry. I don't understand why the city needs to solve the problem of employees that don't behave themselves. As a former employer, I would give consequences to my staff. Let me leave it at that. I mean, everybody seems happy with the free parking. We can go to dinner, we can go to the movies. I actually have returned downtown because I find paid parking abhorrent. We're a small town. I was just down in Solvang, and it was wonderful. There's a lot of communities where it's welcoming to tourists because we don't have to fiddle with, I'm in the middle of shopping, and oh my gosh, I'm going to go get a ticket if I don't run back right now and do something about it. So could you please take time to go over these maps with us? I think let's just kind of let this free parking continue. I think the public appreciates it. We're hearing the businesses appreciate it. Let's all get along.
Thank you, Linda. No, we're not going to take time to go over
because
a map like that.
Like we're having a disagreement on what areas are impacted.
Thank you, Linda. Anyone else?
We do have a caller.
Do we have anyone online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. I have Jan Alvin first.
Jan, are you online? Can you hear us?
Hi. I can. One more time tonight.
Yes, go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, so I guess one of my first questions would be is why are you not at any time while this program has been paused, why are you not investigating other options? Why are you sticking with this one? Well, I don't understand the motive. I wonder if there's some sort of a relationship we don't understand with Dixon. And when I say we don't understand it, I, could go so far as to say I have nefarious thoughts about that. But there you go. Do you know, by the way, that Dixon does not put their privacy policy on their website? They've got a link for it, but it doesn't go to a privacy policy. And when I have left them voicemails and emailed them, they do not answer me at all. They will not answer why they don't post a privacy policy. And I mention this because it has been, I've heard some rumors that Dixon has access, through the software program that she has recommended, that she has access to, personal information on people, and that's, kind of what she's going to, place her bets on. So I have issues right there. I don't like it, and I want the council to investigate that. And, but to the other thing, when somebody talks about the money, it just incenses me that somebody would suggest that we don't want this parking program because we don't want to pay. That's absolute BS. It's not about the money. It's about this program and the way it works, how difficult it is, how convoluted it is, how unfriendly it is, and what it has done to our entire city. And I think you need to think real hard about how this one issue has divided this city for the last 4 or 5 years like nothing else has. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Do we have anyone else online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. Ashley Wilkins is next.
Ashley, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Ashley, go ahead.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Ashley.
This is Ashley Wilkins. I'm a senior wealth manager and a financial planner in Paso and San Luis Obispo. And I just wanted to call in and support the comments that Gina Fitzpatrick made about having the parking program. In my experience, a parking program has made it easier for myself and clients that I entertain to go downtown and have lunch. Go out to eat in downtown Paso Robles when I can. But I've noticed when there is no parking program, it's very hard to go downtown at noon and find a place to park. I've actually had people request that we meet for lunch in Templeton or Pescadero when there was no parking program because it was easier to park in other cities. So I'm supportive of a parking program. I think it's great for the downtown businesses. And, I look forward to supporting the downtown businesses and being able to park down there. So I want to call in and support what Gina said, and I hope that we can come to a resolution that everyone's happy with.
Okay. Thank you, Gina. Or thank you, Ashley. I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
You bet. Anyone else online, Melissa?
Yes, sir. I have one more caller online, Coy Barnes.
Corey, can you hear us? Corey?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks, guys. I'm calling because I was listening to the meeting tonight, and I heard a number of different things. Since Gina was just referenced by the previous caller, I want to remind the public that the Chamber of Commerce is supported by the city of Paso Robles, and there's a conflict of interest when Gina speaks. Secondly, I want to find out who that silent majority is if you as a council are requiring those of us who are in associations like Main Street, etc., who are most directly affected by this parking program, and you are requiring signatures and so forth, then you need to be able to present those signatures that you have for support on your side that want the parking program. So when you deliver those, then you can proceed with your vote. Not to mention, you are substantially changing the ordinance from what it was previously to what we have now presented in front of us. So I believe that needs to be a first reading and then a second reading accordingly. And effectively, that's as far as it needs to go at this point. I'm hoping that the city council will realize the error of their ways, not including Councilman Roush and Councilman Strong, who seem to have a level head about things, and change their attitude about this parking program. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Melissa?
I have no other callers online at this time.
Okay. Then we have one at the podium. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I really not plan on speaking tonight, but after some of the comments.
Your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Tim Bolcom. I live on 16th Street, just outside of downtown. I really hadn't planned on speaking, but a couple of comments tonight sort of prompted me to get up. I'll confess to you, I usually listen to these council meetings at home. I usually have a couple of beers. That's the benefit of staying home. But I'm retired now, so I don't really want to sort of dip my beak into local public government, even though I spent 33 years doing that very thing. I am one of the silent majority. I believe in downtown paid parking as part of your toolbox and their toolbox in developing an effective parking management program. It's true, we shot ourselves in the foot. We got off wrong, highly complex, all the things we're talking about tonight. But paid parking is going to be really important when you get to the summertime. I've heard a lot of people tonight saying it's been great. Well, it's the wintertime. We don't see the summertime crowd coming in. And I think we should all recognize that. It's going to be a different environment in just 4 or 5 months. One of the reasons I haven't come on this particular issue, even though I have 32 years in downtown parking experience, is I hear the comments that are being made about certain council members, name calling, things written in the newspaper, e-blogs, all that kind of thing. Why would somebody like me that prefers the downtown parking program get up and possibly be subject to some of those things? They don't come. I haven't come. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I heard myself getting called out. And I think there are people that expect us all to work as a community to make this a success. Okay, it was broken. Maybe some of this stuff is broken. But we're all citizens here. We're business owners. I'm a resident. You know, getting rid of the paid parking will help me. I've got employees that park in my neighborhood that never did. Okay, that's my contribution. I still come down here and pay parking. That's because I believe in it. So we're there. We may not show up. I came tonight. I just want you to know there are people like me that believe that. And I hope nobody follows me out to my car tonight. I'm pretty sure I'm a big guy. I can handle myself. But that's part of what's not being spoken about. And I hope the business owners and some of the people that have made those harsh comments understand that. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I do have another caller in line.
Okay, Melissa, go ahead.
Michael Rivera.
Michael, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Stay there. I had some things to do, but I did want to make a comment. During the last city council meeting regarding this subject, I had said to the council, when you're in a hole, stop digging. And it's apparent to me that with the vote that you guys took last time, you weren't listening to what people were saying. I think the best course of action would be to take and table this for now, reconvene with Main Street leading an organized group. The parking program for everybody, remember, has been spearheaded by your current city manager since he was police chief. And here we are. And people can take that for what it's worth. I think that I've heard people suggest that people are intimidated to speak. I know what intimidation is like because I felt it from this city. And I've just got to tell you that people need to take their control of their city back. And I'm asking you, if you guys want to have a peaceful resolution and people without having such animosity towards city government, you should just table this for now. Why don't you do this? Take 6 months. Just let things go, no paid parking. As you're working towards solutions, like finding parking further out, posting signs when things get tight. Hey, folks, there's parking here by signage. I don't know. There's so many things you could do to try to mitigate and to try to take care of this. But you've got apparently 3 council members that got their heels dug in the sand, who refuse to listen to the people. And what you need to do is you need to relent, and you need to redo this. And take some time and think about what you're doing, because you're making an issue where there shouldn't be an issue. There should not be an issue that has become this large and contentious. But again, you have a city manager who's not steering the ship very well at this stage, in my view, and he really should be looked at hard as to how he's been conducting himself and the way that things have been working in the city since he has been city manager. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay. And we think we're done in the room. So we'll bring it back then, close public comment, and have it back to the council for discussion. I think there's a few questions that maybe we could answer in the beginning that I took and wrote down. see if we can get those answered real quick. Substances change to the ordinance. Can we address that? There's a lot of allegations saying that it's changed so much that we can't vote on tonight.
It actually hasn't changed other than the 10 to 11. So last meeting on the 20th, the council heard a staff report. You had a discussion. You made revisions to the draft ordinance that was before you, and you introduced and approved or voted on that ordinance with those amendments. There were no changes between that introduction and the second reading other than the 10 to 11 change and then the clarification that we talked about before with the direction that you gave us at the time to put in to have it be $1 and have you guys have the ability to make the change. So that was your motion. The section of the government code that was referred to or referenced by one of the speakers, he is correct. It says you can't have changes except for clerical or typographical changes, non-substantive clarifying changes. The things that were raised as a concern, which were changing the 30 minutes, having how you guys are going to change the fee, those were done before your first reading and were incorporated in the first reading. So there is no substantive change that would prevent you from having a second reading this evening.
Very good. Second question I had was the legal zone of the district. Ty, maybe you can address that.
You bet. As part of this review, it was brought to our attention by our police department that where signs were posted did not jive with what the map that was originally adopted by minute order at the time reflected. So as part of that, we corrected, and that was noticed again with the original item that was brought before council last time, that there would be cleanup items. Clarifying that is exactly what happened. We did not expand it. We do have zero plans to add more signs to any other location than where they already existed. So there is no expansion, but there is a clarification and correction, and that map reflects the true circumstances as everybody was operating under at that time.
Another question I had was, or a suggestion, that we can post the names of the downtown employee offenders, and that obviously we cannot do legally, I'm assuming.
I don't know what they would have offended that we would be a report. They're citizens of the community that can park anywhere that anybody else in this room is entitled to park. In addition to that, if they were violators that did get a ticket, there are actually very strong laws in California. We can't even post pictures of shoplifters any longer because of state statutes. So to publicly shame and humiliate somebody seems counterintuitive to the friendly posture that's being espoused tonight as well.
Okay. Those are the questions, the main ones that I wrote down. Anyone else have any clarification to staff or questions? Councilman Bausch.
So there, one of the speakers referenced not getting answers from Julie Dixon. Can we look into that? Maybe get a list of questions and then you ask those questions with Ms. Dixon?
I don't control Julie Dixon's policies.
We pay her, how much do we pay her a month?
I'm not,
We control her.
Mr. Bausch, I don't control her policies with regard to any of that, and I'm more than happy to make a call to Julie.
Thank you.
And connect her with Mrs. Albin, and they can discuss it. But I don't know the productive value that this would bring to the community or the council, other than already being upset with Ms. Dixon.
Do we have any further contract negotiating relationships with Dixon?
We do. We use Julie Dixon regularly to help us analyze traffic data, to provide updates regarding the changes in national and federal law and best practices. We also have her assistance with negotiating contracts with several of the vendors that we use. There is information that we still use Julie for. In fact, there's employee issues that they can help cover with when our folks on the administrative side might not be available. So yes, we do still maintain a relationship with Julie Dixon and her team.
Very good. Councilman Bausch.
Just to clarify, John, you kind of stepped in there. If I can go back. So Ty, questions should be directed to you, and then you'll reach out to Ms. Dixon? Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not going to comment on Ms. Dixon's business practices with her website or other things. I'm happy to connect folks with Julie, meaning that if somebody has a particular question, I can make sure that Julie knows about it and see if we can get her to reach out to it. But I don't control who she talks to and who she doesn't.
But since we have the professional relationship, she might answer your question where she might not feel likely to answer.
I don't feel comfortable being the go-between on business practices for somebody else.
It's not a business practice.
If the council as a whole directs me to do it, I'm more than happy to do it, but I would need three of you to.
So Ms. Alvin should then send the questions to council, and then council could give you the questions if we agree? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, what I'm saying is if you direct me, I won't be insubordinate. I will respond and do as directed by the council, but it would take three of you to do that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
So the street program or the street that Mr. Nelson described, the description is ambiguous. It doesn't say anything about east or west side of Spring Street. It looks like the map goes now all along Spring Street up to 14th, where it only doesn't go that far now. How do we clarify that?
Signage, right?
It is a two-prong approach to this. Yes, there is signage. We can improve the map. If that's pretty rudimentary map, I think that we have better mapping capabilities. Happy to clarify that and make sure that we have unambiguous maps that clearly match the description as provided in the ordinance. If our council feels that it's unambiguous or ambiguous, that is the operation that we work under.
Here's my concern, Ty. So with I can look at the description and maybe, Melissa, we can bring that back. I can interpret it your way. I can interpret it Mr. Nelson's way. What would a reasonable person intuit? Would some future council then come back and say, hey, wait a minute, we're missing some of these streets. Let's get some signs put up there. I think we should clarify that as part of this process.
Okay. No answers. No further talking, please. Okay.
So it currently says that you are extending the parking from 10th Street to 14th Street and from Spring Street to Pine Street and the 900 block of 12th and 13th Street.
Not
what side of Spring Street?
Not two and including, just two. Right?
From Spring Street to Pine Street.
What side of Spring Street?
The side that the signs are posted on, correct?
Where does it say that in there? I'd be happy with that.
All right, we're not going to get into the weeds. This is the way it's worded.
I'll do whatever the council directs me to do.
Okay. I'm happy with the way things are set right now. We can always adjust once we move forward. Chris, we're getting into, little nicky-picky things. Again, everyone knows that when they get out of their car and they see a signage on that curb, that it is a paid parking area. They know it's a paid parking area.
All right, I'll get off this, Mayor Hammond, but no, not because there aren't enough signs, and we get how many letters and emails saying there wasn't a sign where I parked, and I got a ticket.
Every sign, every citation that we issue is included with a picture. They're backed up by photographic evidence showing the sign and the citation violation.
That's after the fact. I'm talking about where the driver parks and he doesn't see a sign, or she doesn't see a sign and thinks, oh, I don't have to register my car. I don't have to go to the kiosk. I'm in a safe zone. That's the concern I have.
And that's what I'm saying, is that there's a clear image before the citation is issued of where the car is parked and the nearby signage, whether it's in front of the car, one side over, or to the left, that clearly shows, in case these ever get adjudicated, that we have probable cause to issue a citation based upon a violation of the Paso Robles Municipal Code, including signage and markings.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I have a turn?
Yeah, I was going to say, Councilman Strong, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Even if I were in favor of pay, there are such parts of this ordinance that I find totally objectionable. And it's based upon the answers to my own questions. If state law supersedes local law, then the vehicle code, which is state law, does supersede our ordinance as proposed. And as far as the ordinance not being the controlling element, then I don't think the ordinance should say that the fees shall be established by the city manager. I think it ought to say recommended to the city council by the city manager, rather than established, because established indicates that the manager is actually setting the fees.
Mr. Strong, I think that you need some clarification. I don't think that's what the new ordinance provides.
Well, that's the wording that was up here on the screen.
What section are you concerned with?
Very beginning where it says shall be established by the city manager. Fees.
It says parking zones shall be established by the city council.
Yeah. But where's the city manager setting the fees?
The previous version said that, Mr. Strong. The current version now says that it's set by ordinance and by the council.
Correct. At the last meeting, you directed us to change that. So that's what we did.
That was the old ordinance. That wasn't the current one. Then on the current ordinance, the attachment 2, which is the sign that we put up, that would be authorizing.
So that's from the February 20th city council meeting. That's not currently before you. You are.
And that's not before us.
No.
So that's not the signs we're going to have.
Those are the signs that you reviewed and approved at the last meeting.
Okay, so they were reviewed and approved. Well, that's fine if that's what we've approved. But then that makes over 90% of the citations already issued and that we'd be issuing in the future illegal. Because if we go to section 22508.5 of the vehicle code, sections D and E, it says very clearly, if a parking space is regulated by a parking meter or parking payment center that cannot physically accept payment, a local authority shall not issue a citation for non-payment of parking fees, notwithstanding the fact that the parking meter or parking payment center may accept payment by other non-physical means. Section E says, except as provided in subdivision C, a local authority shall not by ordinance or resolution prohibit or restrict the parking of vehicles in a space that is regulated by an inoperable parking meter or inoperable parking payment center. And if we go back to one more before that, C, it says a local authority may limit parking to 4 hours for a parking space that does not have a posted time limit and that is regulated by an inoperable parking meter or an inoperable parking payment center if the local authority posts signs clearly providing notice of the time limitation applicable when that parking meter or parking payment center is inoperable. This sign doesn't do that. If these are the signs that we're proposing or have approved, and if only 3 of the 35 payment centers accept physical payment of cash, then the ordinance doesn't apply to all the rest that are close to the other 32 by state law.
So the state law that you're quoting is focused on inoperable meters. So if a meter is not working, we don't enforce.
But they say it's inoperable if it doesn't accept physical payment.
Correct. That does not mean cash. Physical payment means cash or credit card. It does not necessarily mean cash. So if it accepts a credit card, it is consistent with state law. Let me finish. It then goes on to say that non-physical payment would mean an app. So we authorize both the app and physical payment, whether it be cash or credit card at the facility, at the kiosk. So some of them take both, some of them only take credit card. That is consistent with state law.
I think it's very confusing. The other thing, of course, and I guess we're correcting that to some extent, that in all of the entire vehicle code, almost every section allows either a regulation by either an ordinance or resolution, except this section. This section very specifically just says a local authority shall not establish parking meter zones or fix the rate of fees for these zones except by ordinance, period.
Correct. That is what your ordinance
Right.
before you today for a
And
second
that's why you
reading
got
does.
the new ordinance. And then it says the rate fees may be variable based upon criteria identified by the local authority in the ordinance. An ordinance establishing a parking meter zone shall describe the area that would be included, et cetera. I just think currently this is not a good ordinance the way it's written. That's just my opinion.
You're good, Fred? Okay. Anyone else? Pro Tem Gregory? Nothing?
I just like to thank everybody for coming and giving us your opinion on parking, and a few of those who are in favor of it as well. There's nothing more I can say about this because I'm in the silent majority. But we need a parking program. We have too many visitors. And we have to start somewhere, and this is better than what we had before, and I think we need to give this a chance. After 12 months, if it doesn't work, we make our changes.
Okay. Councilman Roden, any questions or any comments?
You know, I know this is a difficult thing for a lot of our residents, and especially some of the people here tonight. And I want to say that I appreciate everyone reaching out, whether we agree or whether we don't. And for the most part, it's been civil and respectful. There have been issues where people have not been that way, and that's too bad. I hope that we can move beyond this and we can get some clear data moving forward and just take care of our community. We have some big issues here before us. And I'd like to move on to taking care of some of the huge issues we have in our town. And I do support the downtown often. So I appreciate everybody's comments, but I think I've pretty well tried to explain my position to a lot of people in this room.
First off, I want to thank everybody for the hands. I mean, that was a good way to acknowledge. There you go. Thanks, Mike. Again, I'll start off with the fact that, for the record, I don't like paid parking either. I really don't. However, these are not private parking spaces that we're talking about. They are public resources, public parking. And for to have any other way to control that, we have to regulate it. You know, there was a mention that, you know, we can post the offender's name. You can't do that. The only way legally that the city can regulate is to put in a program that we have that will turn over that space. That's the whole idea of it, is to make sure we have as many times during the day that that space is filled with people who want to trade with the downtown merchants. Clear as that. And that is exactly why I'm for this in some manner. It's not the citizens of Paso Robles' job to provide the downtown employees with their parking space. Bottom line. Our parking district is not that large. Anywhere from the park out a block and a half to 2 blocks, there are thousands of parking places that are not charged. And for people to say that they can't walk a block and a half to come down and trade with somebody, that's what they'd be doing. If we had no parking anyway, no parking program, they would be completely filled. And the people who say they would come down, we're going to be walking the 2 blocks anyway to get to visit their people that they want to trade with. So again, it's a situation that me as an administrator and somebody that has to make the hard decisions to manage the city's resource, and that is the public parking, around the park and around the downtown district that I feel that we need to put this in. A modest, we've done so many things for the people over 65, unlimited for downtown parking with their paid permit for the year. We have 30-minute free parking on every block. We have handicap parking wherever they want to park, unlimited. There are so many ways for the people who can't really physically walk, can get downtown and still trade. That is, again, very important to me that we had built into this project. So, again, it's another comment that we have not been making money. The reason is because this council did not have the political will to charge from day one what it was going to take to make it be in the black. 2 free hours was nice, although it did not pay for the program. Somebody says they don't like paid parking, they want time parking. You still have to have the staff to regulate and check the time parking. Without any way to recover revenue, that's on the backs of everybody that comes out of general fund. So again, it needs to pay for itself. I believe in this point in time where we have it finally done correctly. And by the way, it was staff who found the problem. It wasn't any public input. They're the ones that found the actual little error in this whole system. And they're the ones that said, let's get this thing fixed. And they're the ones that said, we're going to have to pay back whoever. So again, it's a program that was in an infancy that wasn't correct, wasn't perfect, never anything really is, but it's also a work in progress. And if we now have $1 an hour from minute one, we are going to see that it is going to be in the black. And we are going to see that it's going to start making money for the downtown, which is what we were originally talking about, to put that money back into the downtown district. If, again, somebody wants to build a parking structure years down the road, the first thing we're going to have is paid parking on the street anyway. No one's going to pay for a parking structure to park there without paid parking already on the street. First step. So it's illogical for me to proceed this way. Not so much for the downtown folks that are trying to say that they want their free parking. But again, that's what we're elected here to do. And again, I'm for it. I think it's important that we at least try it for a year. Maybe in a year, we're going to come back. And I would also say that we should maybe talk about, if this goes through tonight, that we bring back a time when we review the whole system again. So we need to critique what we're doing and make sure that we're getting the best out of the system. So for me, again, I think it needs to be moving forward and then give it a chance. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. Great comments. Thanks everybody for coming out. Appreciate it. I think it's time to hit the pause button. I think some great options were brought up tonight. I think council would be wise to look at acquiring a parking lot, one large enough to build a parking structure on, to consider the use of our TOT funds to build that parking structure. I think we should consider eliminating the paid parking program, go to a timed parking program. We have all of the resources that we need to implement a timed parking program. We would need to add a geofence downtown. That's possible without little, if any, expense. Would make employee parking enforceable. We don't want to talk about that. I think we should pause paid parking just because of the acrimony that it generates. The other thing that I want to bring up, I talked a little bit about this at our budget meeting on Saturday. E12 is going to need to be reviewed, and it looks like that might be council's direction to renew that. If so, it will most likely come up on the November ballot. What else will come up on the November ballot? SLOCOG has a proposal that they're circulating now for a half-cent sales tax increase. The E12 extension looks like, for it to make sense, will be a 1 cent sales tax increase. If this is passed tonight, and there some kind of legal action to prevent its enforcement, referendum, lawsuit, call it what you will, this will pause any enforcement until the November election. You'll have three competing measures on the ballot. Sales tax for slow cog, sales tax for E12, and a parking. I think voters, after the debacle that is our current M16 from the Paso Robles Joint Unified School District, I don't think we'll get a yes vote on any of those three. I think we probably should really consider that tonight before we plunge long head over heels into approving this and making it happen. If we pass it tonight and there's a legal, some kind of legal action, referendum most likely, it's not going to succeed in November. I just don't see it happening. I don't care what the silent majority says. I think the voters will turn it down because it'll be up there with two other sales tax measures.
Thanks, Chris.
Mr. Murray, I think we just got off into repairing our streets rather than this.
Yeah, I know.
And I could talk about that too. I will say that my constituents in my district, I have not found more than 1% that like the program at all, honestly. And I've talked to hundreds. And therefore, as a representative of my district, I have to vote no.
Okay. Question back to staff. If this does pass tonight, where do we go from here in timing and what happens?
So the current plan, assuming council votes tonight to approve the ordinance, would be on April 5th. Assuming I need to get some updates on our signage, make sure it's going to arrive on time and that there's no delays there. Assuming everything goes as planned with signage and installation, April 5th would be the start date for the new parking ordinance and the minute one parking. The app we're working on, as Councilman Bausch asked us last time, we got quotes in order to upgrade the screens to make sure that they're clear. All of those kind of things to ensure that we get up on the best foot possible with this. With that said, our plan would be to be heavy on warnings that first month. We know there's going to be an adjustment period. There's going to be an education period. This has been our posture since any changes that council has made. We want to make sure that all the bugs are worked out, that people understand what they're doing, and we're doing our best to educate the community so that we can reduce the confusion, which I think this process that we've undertaken goes a long way to solving that. And that's the plan.
Okay, very good. Any other further discussion and or action? Pro Tem Gregory.
Mayor Hammond, I'm going to make a motion that we approve. It is the recommendation that the City Council take the following actions. Hold the second reading. Is that the correct one? Okay.
That's it.
Hold the second reading and adopt the updated and revised ordinance 1135, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Paso Robles, amending Chapter 12.42 of Title 12 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code to clarify the process for setting parking rates, reestablishing the downtown parking zone, and other cleanup measures. Separate votes or the same?
Separate, please.
Okay, that's the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Motion
Just to clarify, you said to hold a second? You asked to hold a second reading.
To have a second.
You said, you read that verbatim, hold the second reading. That means you're asking for a second reading. I would agree with that.
So we'll clarify the motion. So we can conduct the second reading.
Okay. So that should be
what's the
conduct.
motion?
You want to make the change in your motion?
Sure, I'll change my motion. We conduct the second reading and adopt the updated revised ordinance 1135.
Okay.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Paso Robles, amending Chapter 12.42 of Title 12 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code to clarify the process for setting parking rates, reestablishing the downtown parking zone, and other cleanup measures.
I second.
I move a second or a substitute motion, please.
Okay, first we have a motion by
No,
Gregory.
the substitute motion takes precedence. The substitute motion is to table L5. That requires a second.
I would second that.
That requires a vote.
Okay, let's get some legal advice.
It's correct. You've had a substitute motion which has been seconded, so we would take a vote on the substitute motion, and then if that passes, that would be the motion. If it fails, then you would go back to your original motion.
Okay. Go ahead and call for the question then.
Councilmember Bausch,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
No?
Councilmember Roden,
No.
Mayor Hammond,
No.
motion fails.
And then we go back then to the motion by Pro Tem Gregory.
Correct.
And there's any discussion on that? Okay, we'll call for the question on the second one.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Roden,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
No.
Councilmember Strong,
No.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution 24XXX, formally adopting and reauthorizing the city's senior residential preferential permit program and offering credits or reimbursements to the eligible seniors.
Motion by Pro Tem Gregory. Do we have a second?
Sorry. Second.
Second by Councilmember Roden. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Roden,
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch,
No.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Very good. Thank you. All right. That ends that item L5. And we do need to go back then to the public hearing. L1.
Discussion item L1 would be next.
Because we did K1.
Discussion item L1. We have an introduction for first reading ordinance amending section 3.28.390 of the Paso Robles Municipal Code, business license tax, sidewalk vendor. Welcome.
Good evening, members.
Caleb. Yeah.
Tonight I'm here for the first reading of the ordinance to adjust Municipal Code 3.28.390, the business license tax sidewalk vendor. The Municipal Code currently section 3.28.390 is not currently in accordance with the requirements of SB 946. And as a result, we are asking the city to align the Municipal Code with the current state law. The city must follow the enforcement requirements of the California Government Code Section 51039. This enforcement is limited to administrative fines, cannot be enforced as an infraction or a misdemeanor, as our current municipal code is a misdemeanor. This update is simply adjusting it to be in line with current state law. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. Any questions? Chris Crossbaum.
So when we have events such as Pioneer Day, we have events, the Halloween around the park. We have vendors that show up, and if you ask them if they have a license, they say, oh, I don't need a license. Do they need a license?
Yes, sir. So this new update will require them to have a license, and it will allow us to issue them an administrative citation, not a misdemeanor, which it was currently.
Would that act as a deterrent, do you think?
I don't know.
I mean, is there a fine that's associated with that citation?
Yes, sir.
How much?
I don't know offhand what our administrative fine on this section is.
Does anybody know?
Here comes Damien.
Chief to the rescue.
I'm not coming to the rescue.
Oh, come on.
The one thing I can speak to is as far as the vendors we have, obviously they are prominent in a lot of our events. We have taken a much more proactive stance on that over the last couple of years due to requests from the public and some of the council members. We have found obviously taking a proactive approach is a deterrent. They don't want us to contact them. They don't want to, because right now we still can give them an administrative fine right now. We just cannot give them a misdemeanor, which currently it says we can. So that is why we're trying to do this. But again, just the proactive approach itself is a deterrent.
Okay.
Is the fine a deterrent? I'll be honest with you, no. It's not, because they're never going to pay it. Okay. And they're going to show up and they're going to be dropped off by the people from Bakersfield and Fresno, just like they are now. So, but again, when we proactively do it, we have seen a decrease in the number of people that are coming out for that.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, any other questions? Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Caleb, come on, Jim. So this will become a misdemeanor then after we pass this code when you cite them?
It will no longer be a misdemeanor.
Oh, no longer be.
That's correct. It's removing that part of the section.
So what is the deterrent?
The deterrent would be that basically that the current municipal code is not legal. And so this is just getting us in conformance with the law.
So about a year and a half ago now, there was a change in the law regarding sidewalk vending ordinances. You used to be able to enforce them as misdemeanors. You can't do that anymore. So now we will be issuing administrative citations. Administrative citations are in section 1.03010 of your municipal code. And that allows us basically to issue them a ticket and there's a fine.
Okay. And just to clarify out of the section, it's the first violation is $100, and then they start to escalate exponentially from that point. So $200 for a second violation, $500 for each additional violation, up to $1,000. So there is quite a bit of weight behind those on the administrative citations.
Right. So then my second question is, does this cover businesses that allow vendors on their business property without a permit?
They would have to have a business license if they're not working under the umbrella of that business.
All right.
So
And
I have some questions.
let me just finish my question. Yeah. So it includes a sidewalk. It would include people that don't have the right to be there if they have the permission of the owner of the business to be there. Unless they have a business license, they have to go. If they do have a business license, they can stay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Strong.
So then this would apply to all those people selling flowers out there on the sidewalk?
Yes, sir. They would be required to have a business license.
Okay, even if they just did it on Valentine's Day or just did it
yes, sir.
On special holidays?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would it also apply to the ice cream vendors that go around on their bicycles?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Roden.
And the fee for the licenses is how much?
The fee for the license is $10, not to exceed 30 in a year.
So very small.
Is that all, Sharon? Okay. All right. Any other questions? We'll go ahead and turn it out then to the public. Anyone wishing to have any items or questions on this, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll bring it back then to the council for discussion.
Start a business for $10. Pretty good deal.
All right, Councilman Gregory, Pro Tem Gregory.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Let's see here. That we introduce for the first reading an ordinance of the city of Paso Robles, amending section 3.28.390, business license tax, sidewalk vendors.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question then, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Vouch.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
Aye.
Mr. Hammond,
yes.
Just as a reminder, your council policy says that if you'd like to, that after 10:30, if you'd like to continue the meeting, we still have several items to discuss. We can either schedule another meeting to follow up on this, or at your pleasure, we can push forward.
Well, we have several people here in the audience that's come a long time. What's the council's pleasure?
Just a quick question to Elizabeth. If we extend it, and I'm in favor of extending it, aren't we supposed to have a date or a time certain as well?
You don't have to. You just have a council policy that says at 10:30, you need to have a little conversation about whether or not you want to continue on or whether you want to continue the items to a future date.
So we don't need a time. I mean,
you don't have to shut down at a specific hour now.
Okay.
No, and I might comment that I have a regional meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning in another city. So.
Well, if you have to leave, we still have a quorum, we can still do business, but it's up to you guys. I mean.
I'm willing to stay.
I'm willing to stay.
I'm willing to stay.
Sharon?
I'm fine with staying. We
Okay.
might need a break though.
Yeah, well, you want to call it now or?
I'll stay till 11, but that's it.
Okay.
We'll
Take
be
a
done
5 minute?
We'll be done.
Okay, 5-minute break. We'll bring the meeting back to order. Everybody ready to go?
What I handed out, Mr. Mayor? What I handed out was what I would have presented under council comments later.
Thank you.
It just lets you know what I'm going to be doing next week.
Very good. Thank you.
You gat about you.
All right, Frida, you have the item 2, Christmas lighting.
I do. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Frida Berman, Public Works Director. Tonight I have the unenviable task of attempting to recreate the magic of the holiday lights in a completely different way on every other day of the year. As I think you'd agree, the public response to the new holiday lighting in City Park was overwhelmingly positive. The lights brought energy to the park. It was a holiday destination. Indications are that merchants saw an uptick in business and TOT increased by 20% just in December. I've heard from, I think, most of you, desire to have lights in City Park all year round, and this desire was most definitely capped off on New Year's Eve when Mr. Gregory announced that sentiment to a crowd of about 5,000 people.
His fault. No.
But the real challenge of year-round lights is to recreate that sense of awe without taking away from the magic of the holiday lights when they are unveiled at the downtown lighting ceremony. And the year-round lights, like the holiday lights, should be an experience. We want people to stroll through the park all year long, but also say, hey, the city is changing out the lights and I have to go back to the park for the holidays. Everyone's creative process is different, but what we've landed on is the vision of fireflies, lights that move with the breeze and hover just over your head. So the plan is to light 21 trees in City Park, focusing on the large heritage oaks with between 30 to 150 bulbs in each tree. And the lighting design in each tree will be based on that tree's particular structure. We also focused on a lighting system that could be successfully maintained by city staff, provide the light that everyone enjoyed during the holidays, and is easily removed for holiday light installation. The photo on the right is the proof of concept tree right behind the Carnegie Library on 11th Street. And throughout these recent storms, we've had no issues with the lights. But you really have to envision this concept times 20. A single tree doesn't give the full impression of what it will be like when all the trees are lit. The one-time cost to install year-round lighting is $115,965, and I want to note that we did consider other lighting systems, for example, changeable color lights or hanging fixtures, and the cost was doubled or tripled on the materials side. This cost includes the materials, 5 to 8 days of light preparation in the contractor's warehouse, and 8 to 10 days for installation with a crew of 6. The good news is that if council gives the go-ahead, we can unveil the lights by April 19th, prior to our major events like Beer Fest, Wine Fest, Concerts in the Park, and Main Street events. The reaction to lights in city parks has been nothing like I've ever seen in Paso Robles. And I'd like to leave you with 2 quotes that reflect that reaction. First, from Buddha, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path. And finally, my favorite, Bob Marley, light up the darkness. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Frida. Councilman Strong.
Quick question. Will any of the streets have lights all the way to the top, or are they kept low for maintenance purposes?
They're kept low because when trees leaf out, we will not see the lights at the top of the trees. Right now, you would see them The Heritage Oaks, because of their structure, will have lights closer to the top because you'll be able to see them hanging.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Question.
Councilmember Roden.
He said one-time fee of $115,965. Is that per year?
No, one time.
One time, period.
wow.
Are they going to be kept up even with the Christmas lights?
No, so you note in your staff report, you're using the same vendor that we're using for the holiday lights. They will come in, they will remove the lights, install the holiday lights, and reinstall the year-round lights at no additional charge.
Excellent. Thank you.
Say that again slowly now. At no additional charge?
We're using the same vendor,
Yes.
LA Christmas Light.
That's who we used that last Christmas, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So they will come in when they install the holiday lights, take down the year-round lights.
That's a good deal.
Put up the holiday lights, and then reverse the process at no additional charge.
So my question, though, and I think I asked you this personally, was, about the changing of the colors. And your testimony was that basically 3 times the cost.
Mm-hmm.
But over time, that might pay for itself. And I'm going to bring this up as to how to pay this in a minute. But so that you did explore that opportunity where we can actually have lighting themes through color with what we're doing as far as, hanging type design.
Not with this exact bulb. It requires a different bulb and different technology.
Yeah.
The other part of that equation, Mayor Hammond, is that city staff would not be able to maintain a more technologically complex system. So these are readily available bulbs that are long-lasting and durable and waterproof, and we can go get them, and if one happens to go out, we can replace it all year long. We don't require a contractor.
Right.
With any other system, we would have to get an ongoing service contract to maintain the lighting system.
Okay. My question too, again, further is that, you're asking to have this come out of general fund reserves. And which is fine, but I would also like to see council discuss possibly tying this to the downtown parking area. I believe the downtown parking area, we didn't get into the weeds as far as the timing, but out of 500,000 parking space opportunities that we had last year with the time frame, even if we have half of that, we're going to be making quite a lot of money in the parking system. That's not what it's about. But however, in my opinion, the money that is going to generate from that parking will stay in the downtown, meaning the park or other parking areas to be distributed there. But so I'm wondering again if we can request or we make a motion here when we get into this that the general fund gets repaid over time from the generation of the parking.
Yeah, Mr. Hammond, I think that any and all options are on the table, and I appreciate the question. I would just caution the council again that based upon the discussions that we've been having about taking loans against the expectations to pay it back, that you wait the 12 months and see if how the program is doing. And I get that, and it could be a discussion regarding holiday lights and or other expansion that the council may want at some point. I'd be hesitant to recommend that
at this point in time. Got it. I kind of agree with you, Ty. What I'm saying is I'm liking to get the council to think this way, that there'll be some revenue that will be spun off eventually from the parking system if it stays in place. And what are we going to do with that? It's not about making money for the city, but it's reinvesting in the downtown. And that's what I'm hoping we can do.
I have comments, but I'll wait for public comment first.
So great concept. Two questions, one negative, one positive. What happens if our Christmas light vendor ceases to be? Do we just go back to square one and develop a new relationship with a new vendor that would ostensibly keep the same arrangement?
I don't think that's out of the question. We got 8 proposals to provide Christmas light, holiday lights in City Park. There are many companies that do this, so I think we could definitely accommodate.
And then just kind of segueing off of Mayor Hammond, I like the colored lights. I'm not a big fan. When I drove by a few times and saw those lights hanging there, so I don't know about the hanging thing. But City Manager Lewis absolutely assured me that I won't even see those cables hanging down. And he'll make sure that happens when the trees leaf out. So I'm going to hold him to that.
I said, if it's dark and you
Don't change your story now. But what if let's try it this first year. 12 months from now, if we decide we're going to stay with this, there was a lot of people that said, I would pay to see that. I don't want to start charging, but people would maybe donate to go with a colored type of concept. If this works and we don't have vandalism and any other sorts of problems, maybe we could open this up and partner with REC or partner with just private citizens wanting to make a contribution. Just planting a seed, not asking you to do that. Just keep that in mind for next year.
I actually had many people ask me too, would they contribute to something like this? I really, really appreciate the Christmas effect. But
One other question, Mr. Mayor.
go ahead, Sharon.
Well, first of all, Mr. Bausch and Mr. Mayor, let's just say that some people decorate their trees with blinky colored lights. I'm a white light person. I like white lights. I don't like the blinky. I don't like all the multicolored. That's just a personal choice on my part. But my question is, I want to be clear now, we're still paying extra for all the Christmas lights. This does not include the Christmas lights.
This does not include the Christmas lights.
I just wanted to make sure.
And we own it.
My only pushback is
Yes,
you
we
wouldn't.
own it. We will own this
System.
setup.
Right. Yeah.
So you'd be opposed to like pink lights and red lights at Valentine's
Oh,
Day?
good Lord, yes.
Oh, so sad for you.
I do have a question of substantial information here. 20 trees is what you had proposed. and
21 trees.
21. And how many actual trees do we have in the actual park area? Does anybody have a count on that? I'm just curious. Is that half the trees or?
You look at the map.
It's probably a quarter of the trees.
Quarter?
But we decided to focus on the pathways because a lot of the comments were, we felt safer in the park, it was bright. So it's the pathways and the corners that we're focusing on.
Understood. And the numbers there on the right side are the actual lights per tree? Is that
Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the bigger oaks are going to have a lot more lighting coming from them, obviously. Okay, well done. Any other discussion? We'll open it up to public. Anyone wishing to address this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council.
I have some more discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Greg.
So I already talked to Stacy, and the tagline is, go to Paso Robles where it's light at night. Anyway,
that sounds good.
One thing I really like about this, Frida, is that we're buying the lights. That's a big deal to me. So if something should happen, we still have them. If we don't get our Christmas lights up, it's still pretty. And I think it's worth doing. It's a one-time expense, and our staff can take care of it. So I'm totally in favor of it, but I'll wait for other comments. I'm ready for a motion.
One other comment. Mr. Strong, at one point, I want to remind everybody, at one point talked about how this park was the second to be lit up. Is that correct?
It was the second public lighting area in the United States of America.
Can we get some sort of data on that and a plaque to put in the park about that?
We could just say it.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I just think it's an interesting factoid. I already educated you on dung beetles tonight, and
prove me wrong.
I need to remind the council, even though I appreciate the comments, it's not agendized. If you want to,
yeah, we can talk.
We should probably stick to the lights and move forward.
All right, so let's sit down the schedule here if we can.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Pro Tem Gregory, go ahead.
I move that we approve 24XXX, authorizing agreement to install year-round lighting in downtown City Park.
Second.
To LA Christmas, blah, blah, blah.
Second. Okay, motion by Gregory, second by Strong. Any discussion? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Nice to get a 5-0 again. Thank you.
Thanks, Frida.
Thank you, Frida.
All right, item 3, Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee, Paso Robles Street Corridor, Vision Concept, and City Council Direction as the next step.
Good
Robert
evening,
Cabarrus.
Mayor Hammond and council members. The Paso Robles Planning Commission formed a ad hoc committee in 2021. Anybody that's lived here any length of time, I've been here personally since the early 1980s. There aren't a lot of areas in our city that aren't visually good to look at, but Paso Robles Street is tough sometimes. It's the roads are bad, the lighting's bad, the buildings aren't uniformed, signage is all over the place. So we formed a ad hoc committee on the planning commission, Commissioners Christensen, myself, past Commissioner Jorgensen, and current Commissioner Kogler, along with city staff, have been getting together and meeting, and we would like to propose some enhancement opportunities for Paso Robles Street. The corridor is a very, very busy corridor. And through our discovery, the feedback on enhancements and needed enhancements for the street were numerous. So we'd like to break this down a little bit. Warren Frace is going to help with the presentation, but there's a couple things that we're going to go through here, and we hope we'll try to keep the presentation short due to time. But Mr. Frace has a nice bullet point presentation available.
Thank you, Robert. Warren? Thank you, Commissioner Covarrubias. So this is basically a status report on the ad hoc. This isn't a final report, so we will be asking for further direction at the end, but this is a status report of where we're at with the process. So the ad hoc committee has been meeting since 2001. They've conducted a number of exercises to try to better understand the district, including a SWOT analysis, series of stakeholder interviews. They've reviewed existing plans for the corridor. They held a design charrette, and they've come up with a concept vision. So the SWOT analysis, basically strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. So some of the strengths that were identified by the committee included that this is a downtown gateway, it's close to the river, and it functions as an important service district. In terms of weaknesses, as Commissioner Covarrubias said, it doesn't look so hot. It's kind of shabby. It tends to be really dark at night. There's a lot of opportunities, though. We do have the ability to really enhance a civic gateway. A lot of the old metal buildings actually are easy to upgrade with some paint and signs. And there's a lot of potential for the access to the river and potentially a river trail. So stakeholder outreach, this was held very early on in the process. So we started with a walk of the entire district with the commission and staff, and we followed up with meetings with different property owners as well as tenants in the area. Try to figure out exactly what the key issues were. What we heard as general themes is traffic and speeding was a primary concern of both the tenants and the property owners. Lighting and security was a secondary concern as well. I think everybody understood that this is an important service district for like automotive repair and small contractors, and that we really need to protect and enhance those businesses. It's comprised mainly of small local mom and pop type businesses, and parking's a challenge, especially with some of the auto repair uses. So going back in history, the city has done a lot of work on different visions and plans for this area, starting in 2007 with the original Salinas River Vision Plan. That was Follow the River, Follow the Dream Plan, which envisioned basically a trail corridor along the entire river and then enhancement of Paso Robles Street, and that being basically a connection between the east and west side connecting to the downtown. In 2010, there was a large river corridor workshop that was held by the city, basically where the identified issues was the importance of the river to the community and to the downtown, the ability to redevelop and enhance that corridor, and then also to provide those connections to the river. 2011, the city adopted the Uptown Town Center specific plan. That's your form-based code. That included a very ambitious vision for Paso Robles Street, including a new river promenade, the river pathways, amphitheaters, and new streetscape and other elements really to enhance the district. Then, we did build the river trail following that. And then since then, we've kind of lost a little bit of momentum. So I think that was kind of what the Planning Commission wanted to do, was reinvigorate that effort. So we started out with a all-day design charrette where staff and the commission hung out here in the chamber and just basically brainstormed different ideas about what we could do in terms of enhancing the corridor, creating different opportunities and ideas for different projects within the corridor. So basically, what we've done with the ad hoc was create this vision concept. So this is a synthesis of the Salinas River Plan, the Uptown Plan, as well as what the ad hoc committee found. They've identified special opportunity areas that we could basically do demonstration type projects to start to kick off some investment in the zone. We're going to focus on traffic calming, and there's a lot of opportunities within the public realm, the street for streetscape and public right-of-way improvements. And then there's also the opportunity to look at private partnerships with the property owners to encourage investment and enhancement in the corridor. So this is the overall concept plan that's been developed. Basically, you can see, Paso Robles Street is right here. You have the off-ramp here. You have an opportunity to enhance the off-ramp as a gateway along the corridor. Different types of streetscape improvements could be introduced, both enhance the appearance as well as calm the traffic and slow things down. There's the opportunity for the river trail connection between Centennial Creek Trail and the downtown that would be connected through this area. There's some properties, especially the Smith property in the center of the area, that would have the opportunity to add new uses and really orient new exciting things toward the river. So the different study areas they looked at, the ad hoc looked at, was the off-ramp, traffic calming, the Smith property, the river trail, as well as the city water yard. So in terms of the off-ramp, the concept would be to keep the alignment of kind of that little cul-de-sac knuckle as is, but to enhance that with new landscaping, new curb and gutter, and potentially new gateway elements that would be similar to maybe some of the elements we have on the Niblick Bridge today. So you can see what it looks like today, and then you can see what potentially it could look like with some investment. In terms of traffic calming and lighting, one of the issues is because this is an off-ramp, cars come off. It's a fairly wide street today, and they don't tend to slow down until they get to the signal light. So we have a lot of people coming in and out of driveways competing with traffic, potentially going at 60 miles an hour, which isn't very safe. So one of the features is there's a high point right here. We could potentially introduce a narrowing feature like a choker with a crosswalk there that would visually narrow the appearance and give the signal to slow down. We think once we slow traffic down, they won't get back up to 60 miles an hour at least. We also could change the color of the pavement in the median. We don't want to raise median because we have a lot of truck loading and turning movements, but just changing the color of the pavement through the center would narrow the visual appearance of the street, and that would also have a traffic calming ability. Street lighting, new sidewalks could also be considered, and new street trees. This is just a concept of what one of those pedestrian crossings could look like with some street enhancements like lighting and some furniture and trees. And then this is the Smith property. This is basically where ShoreTech is in the middle of the zone. It kind of looks like this today. It's a large site it's basically just used for outdoor storage. This is a potential that it could become actually an outdoor venue. Some of the existing metal buildings could be repurposed. We could provide a connection to the river. This is potentially where the amphitheater goes, as well as be kind of the central point on the trail. The amphitheater was part of the Uptown Plan vision for this site. And then the River Bluff Trail has always been a theme. So there's a number of images and ideas that have been incorporated in a number of plans. But most of this property, the city controls. There's a couple of private property owners that would need to participate as well to make this connection. But probably about 70% of this would already be on city-controlled property. So is the opportunity to provide this connection. And then the city water yard. So this is the historic waterworks building on the corner. We did do some landscaping and some fencing here that's kind of, deteriorated over time. I think the vision with the Uptown plan was that there was going to be some sort of kind of celebration of the river and water interpretive feature there. So there's a potential maybe to create something on the corner that celebrates the building and maybe provide some information about our 4 sources of water and maybe some demonstration projects as well, dealing with landscaping. And then private property opportunities. A really good example is A1 Glass, which is the building right off the off-ramp. It used to look like this when it was the muffler shop. A1 Glass came in, basically didn't do that much to the building other than repainted it, added some windows, cleaned up the signage, and added some landscaping, but it's tremendous in terms of the difference that makes. And that's what we're thinking is this could be kind of an opportunity to repeat that with a number of the other buildings along the corridor and still maintain the existing service uses. So next steps, what we're recommending and asking the council for direction is whether you want us to continue with the ad hoc moving through this process. The next step in the process would be an open house where we really would host an event on the corridor, invite all the property owners and all the tenants to come and review this concept, give us feedback. And based on that, we would further refine the concept. Because of the trail importance here, we'd want to go to the Parks and Rec Commission with that refined concept, then back to the Planning Commission, and then ultimately bring a final report to the City Council for final action. And then final steps on this, and this would be fairly similar to what would end up with Railroad Street, where we would have a streetscape design standard. We have a plan for streetlight installation. We could move forward with a couple demonstration projects, potentially the Gateway and or the city water yard, and then some direction to start working with some of the private property owners on partnership projects, and then ultimately some sort of funding scheme to make this happen. So that concludes the report. We'd be happy to answer any questions. We are looking for direction from the council in terms of whether you want us to keep moving forward on this.
Couple of questions or comments. That's basically a one-way road. You come off the freeway and you're right. The speed is just ridiculous coming down off of there. But it's basically one way. And what happens, as you guys all know, is you get backed up at the stoplight there and you get backed up on 13th Street. If you are developing a lot more areas here, you're going to have a much more significant traffic issue to have to deal with in that area. Do you concur with that?
Yes, I think anytime within the downtown area on some of these streets, traffic congestion is just kind of inherent, especially like you said, it's a long one-way street. I think that's the importance of making sure that we've got traffic speeds as safe as possible. There's always going to be a certain level of congestion on this corridor.
Well, especially because a lot of the school traffic comes on 13th. So you have, I've sat at that light sometimes 2 and 3 times and can't get out because people are still coming across on 13th and crossing that. That's just something to think about. And I want to make sure that we have ample off-street parking for all the businesses. It looks like that's being planned for, but I want to make sure that's going to happen. As far as the water feature, I'm a farmer. I hate to see wasted water, and especially when you're trying to amplify how much we're doing with our water, and you have a water feature that's evaporating a lot of water, it kind of goes against my condition. We don't have the water feature down in the park anymore, do we?
No, we took it out.
Right. I think there's a reason for that. I don't think we need to, in my opinion, I don't think we need to have a water feature there. It just, for me, it doesn't make sense. But I am concerned that there's going to be a lot of traffic backed up there, especially if you have a venue out there. That's going to be problematic. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying we need to find some sort of solution for that.
Councilman Strong.
Yeah, pardon me, but Isn't that a two-way street except for the off-ramp?
Well, you can only get out one way.
Well, no, that's true.
That's what I
But
mean by
you still could turn in from 13th and
Oh, yeah.
access all over.
You just don't have any exit out.
No, you have to come back.
Yeah.
This side, Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Warren, just a couple of quick questions. So on the Smith property, the Smiths would develop what they want to do, and then that's our city property where the octopus is or whatever that is up there, round device.
This is all the Smith property, but I think once we get to where the trail is, the trail would be the edge of their property and onto the city open space at that point.
Okay. And then for financing, I like how simple it was for A1 to fix up their building. Is it something, I'm just going to throw that out there. Could we throw it out so that if people want to make improvements, we can offer some incentive for fixing up the front of your building to improve your, because what I see happening is if this happens, is the property values are going to rocket up a little bit, go up pretty significantly. So I think it's a great property valuation situation. So it'd be nice to, in the beginning, maybe to help people move along, trade impact fees for improvement.
Yeah, I think some cities do have facade enhancement programs where they either reduce or waive like building permit fees, and sometimes they'll even maybe kick in, some sort of cost sharing for certain types of improvements just to get people, thinking about, investing in making their buildings look nicer.
Yeah. And then there's probably some kind of a fund available to help fix up depleted businesses or something. Because it looks pretty beat up on that.
Yeah,
street.
I think that would be a council policy decision about whether you'd want to try to find those funds for those sorts of uses.
Okay. Councilman Bausch.
Thank you.
Couple concerns. The pedestrian crossing coming off the off-ramp, that would be engineered to fit whatever applicable standards. I don't want to have the crosswalk too close to a 60-mile-an-hour exit. It just visually looked like it was close when I drove by there the other day. Just a thought.
Yeah,
I'm sure
whatever
that
we would
designed.
do there I'll go through full engineering.
Right. To Councilman Gregory's point, we did Paso Robles Auto Repair. We did an uplift. We made a Napa Auto Care Center probably close to 25 years ago. Probably needs to be freshened up. My point being, we assisted Russ Andrew, the business owner, through, it was a cost sharing arrangement with Genuine Parts Company. I think there are still other arrangements like that. Yes, I think we should provide some kind of incentive, reduce fees or whatever, but there's also ways that sometimes other businesses can get involved donating paint and other lettering, things like that. And then this is the pipe dream, pun intended. I'm glad Christopher's still standing up back there. We seem to take a lot of Nasi water, and if I remember right, when you were giving us the tour, and we filter it into the river. We do that certain times of the year. If it isn't too far away, maybe look at just noodle a way of using some of that to come up with a feature that's going to be offloaded, pumped in. Does it have to be pumped in up there? Is it possible to pump it in where the yard is going to go? Something like that. Just, I don't know. I thought about that over the weekend when I looked at this and said that would be a fun use of that water. Oh, I'm not going to argue that. That's your department, so just I'll put it out there. Thanks. Where do you extract that out? Up by the
Thunderbird.
Yeah. So, all right, just a thought.
Okay, Chris, thanks. I had some questions. Warren, with regard to land use changes this is almost like a specific plan, like the Uptown Town Center plan that you'd be kind of doing for the Paso Robles Street corridor, correct? Or does it trigger CEQA? Does it trigger a lot of different things if we start changing the intended use for this property?
So these uses actually are already allowed because this is part of the Uptown Town Center specific plan.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole area is a mixed-use zone. It's the Riverside Corridor Zone, which allows these service commercial uses. It also allows residential and retail, as well as entertainment-type uses. So everything's shown there. You don't need to change any general plan or any zoning. These property owners could do all this today, actually. So it's an area that's been zoned for more uses than we're currently seeing there. I think that's kind of the question is, should we, start to work with them to try to better utilize, some of, what's inherent in their zoning.
I'd actually thought that, as I remember now, you're right, it did include past Roble Street, but I thought it was more the Riverside. The specific plan stopped at Riverside instead of heading over the highway. But if it's already done, that's good work. I mean, we already have that form-based code is what you're kind of saying, that you can control the way that things are fixed and prettied up, so to speak. Last comment, thank you for the ad hoc. You guys did a lot of great work, along with staff, of course, but thank you for keeping that follow the river, follow the dream. I think this is something that Mayor Beecham actually started way back when, and we're continuing it. So it's good that you guys are carrying the ball. Thank you, Robert.
One last comment I forgot. I was going to include on the pedestrian crossing. You mentioned changing the color of the pavement. Agree that there's traffic calming, but we did a colored pavement on South River Road. We did that some years ago on the bike. It's looking kind of tired now, kind of fatigued. Just make sure that's really what we put in there is durable and doesn't end up looking fatigued. Yeah. Thanks. Great concept. I really appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address the council on the item? Seeing none, we're bringing it back to council for direction and/or action.
Where are we at here? For L3, motion to direct the ad hoc committee and staff to hold a Paso Robles Street stakeholder open house and return to city council with a final report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Bausch, second by Strong. Any discussion? All right, call for the question.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Well done, guys. Appreciate the work.
Thank you.
All right, last item. Appointment of a city council member to serve on the FBO proposed ad hoc committee. Who has that? Rita?
I've got that one.
Okay.
Rita here.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
So as you may recall, a couple of months ago, you had a meeting back in December where we talked a little bit about the FBO proposals. At the end of that meeting, the council created an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 council members and 2 members of the airport commission. Mr. Hammond has looked at the issue, and we've requested assistance from the FPPC to confirm that there is no issue with him participating. But in the meantime, he suggested that it might be better if he stepped down from the committee so the committee could go forward while we confirm that there are no conflicts associated with the property he has leased out there. And so at this point, for the ad hoc committee to continue forward, staff was looking for another council member to step up and join that committee.
I volunteered. Okay.
I volunteered as well.
I'll volunteer as well. I'll make a recommendation, though, that I think council member Strong is probably the most qualified. John, if I remember right, you wanted to volunteer because you had a lot of prior knowledge to this. I think that same holds true for council member Strong. He's got a lot of experience with airports. We're kind of in a time crunch on this. I think hitting the ground running makes a lot of sense.
I have a question.
Gregory?
Fred, are you going to be here enough to do this?
Yeah, and actually next week I'm going to be meeting with FFA in Washington, D.C. on airports, among other things.
Okay.
So I was to recommend Sharon Roden. So nothing personal, Fred. I'm just worried about your attendance.
Okay, and then Elizabeth, as far as the action that can be done here, what's the rules and regulations for actually appointment?
So I believe normally when you appoint an ad hoc committee, it's the mayor makes the appointments. So it would be up to you who you'd like to appoint. And then if the council objected, I suppose you guys could fight it out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll open this up to any buddy out there in the public that wishes to speak on the item before we make a decision on things. Mr. Cook?
Sitting here all night.
Eric Cook, chairman, and also part of the ad hoc committee. So appreciate everybody wanting to be involved. We're hoping John could do it. If I can make a recommendation, and it's nothing against anybody out there, I would like to get Sharon, because Sharon, to be honest, has come out, made the effort, looked around, seems like she's really interested in what's going on out there, which is nothing against anybody else, but that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back then. And I kind of agree personally, if it's my decision, that I want to see somebody, that basically has a lower amount of information that will educate themselves on what is, in other words, no preconceived information on this FBO issue. I've asked Sharon if she would serve. She says she will. She has the time. So I would like to, at this point, appoint in my stead Sharon Roden, and if there's any other further discussion on that, that would be my druthers. You okay with it, Fred? Chris? Okay. All right. So Sharon, would you go ahead and serve on the ad hoc?
It'd be my privilege. And thank you, Mr. Strong. I appreciate your support on this as well.
Okay. So then do we need to make a formal motion or just an appointment?
Ms. Bauer, I believe they did the ad hoc by motion last time, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, so a motion would be appropriate to make the change.
So moved.
And I'll second. Any discussion? Call for the question then.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Motion passes
Very
unanimously.
good. Thank you, council. All right. That then I think takes care of, unless I'm wrong, everything that was written down here. It's gotten long. I don't know. Fred, you need to get to sleep. I'm going to let you go. You're on another 6 o'clock too. So let's just call at this point. I think everybody has the agenda. We can see what's going on.
The only thing is I want to make a request if it's appropriate to have something on the agenda next time.
Certainly.
I visited went to the Planning Commission meeting, and I noticed that there was an issue that a lot of the commissioners were uneasy about making the decision, but per our municipal code, it's how many parking places are required per bedroom instead of per bed or per room. With the new development here that's going to be on the corner of 12th and Park, they're 2-bedroom suites, but they're only requiring 1 parking place per room. So I'd like to actually discuss 2 items. One is changing the municipal code to reflect more closely what we need to do with parking necessary for hotels and businesses, if necessary. And also, there's always been in lieu fees, but it's only $18,000. I say only because if they need an extra 12 places, $18,000 doesn't really go towards anything of where we're projecting where we want to go with parking.
Sharon?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we really can't discuss it. You can bring it up to the point where if you want to make
so discuss in lieu parking and whether we change the fee or do away with it, and also the parking requirements.
So what I'm hearing is you want to have the council hear an item from planning about our current ordinance and how it could possibly change or want to be changed.
Exactly.
All right. Warren, is that something obviously that we would hear after the planning commission got into it?
So that project was approved by commission. It's not coming to council, so it's done. But these are issues that we encounter as we do these types of projects in the downtown zone. So if the council wanted to report on what the existing rules are, and then you wanted to direct it back to staff and the commission to look at potential ordinance changes, we could definitely put that together.
Okay, is there interest from the council to kind of review the parking as we have it on the books right now?
And in lieu fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get staff.
And in lieu fees.
Yeah.
Right, and get staff to calendar that.
I don't know that we can get it by next meeting, but we'll get it prepared and get it before everybody as quick as we can.
Very good.
So Mayor.
Thank you, Warren.
Mayor Hammond.
Yes.
During the budget hearing process, I spoke with Yesenia, and she made a suggestion I thought was pretty interesting, to have, instead of having a formal meeting, a city council meeting for them, a town hall meeting once a quarter with a Spanish interpreter in a convenient area for them to attend. I think it'd be a really nice way to share what's going on with the city with the Latin, Spanish-speaking community.
Yes, so I think that if that's something the council is interested in, I can work with Ms. Hull and we can figure out how to make that happen. I can speak to a couple things that we're planning. One is that we are looking at expanding the Coffee with the City Manager program to include some of the communities that don't often get to hear that, our Spanish-speaking community. So we're going to plan one of those in Spanish, and then recently, today actually, I met with the emergency services folks, the fire chief, and they are going to be providing some updates and presentations on J20 and the expenditures as well as its relation to E12. And I asked them to prepare a presentation again in Spanish for the Spanish community. So we'll be holding those in different places. So staff is making a concerted effort to try and bring these types of informational opportunities to our entire community, and Ms. Echeverria was spot on with those opportunities, but we're happy to entertain that and take a look at it.
Okay.
Just a caveat on that, I'm sure we're providing translation services, and it's all set up over the DO.
Yeah, that's a good offsite.
Yeah, I think that our objective with this when it comes to community meetings is to bring the meeting to them in their community as often as possible. A lot of folks don't necessarily feel comfortable coming to government institutions to hear presentations. So we're going to dip our toe into the water and see where it goes, and we're always open to refinements.
You had anything further, Ty, on your manager report that you really want to get out there before?
I'm awful tired, Mr. Mayor.
Me too. All right. So I'm just going to say our next meeting is going to be actually March 19th here, 6:30. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Councilman Belch.
Second.
And second by Roden. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
My pleasure. Thanks for your help.
Thank you, Ty. Good job.
Thank you. Good night. The frequent flyer.
Yeah, they give us a great.
Well, she's not having to pay for parking right now, so.
Yeah, well, you do save that. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good night. Thank you, John.
I appreciate it. Say thank you to Ms. Cook.
It'll be a special segment for you.
Good luck.
Thank you, folks.